And so at this time, I'll call on Mr. Buddy Fowler to say us a word of prayer, and keeping in mind his wife while he's praying.
Thank you, Mayor. Let us bow our heads. Father, we're thankful to be able to gather here today to conduct the business for Town of Surf City and its citizens. Father, we're thankful for the many blessings you brought to each and every one of our households. Father, we're also thankful to be in a country that is free and those that lay down the ultimate sacrifice to provide that freedom for us. Father, we ask you to be with us today. Be with all those that are sick. Be with those that need help. Heal them, mend them, Lord, through only you can do. Father, we ask you to continue to bless this country. Father, we're thankful for the people that are here today to help watch and participate in doing the business of your town. Father, bless this council. Bless all of those, Father, and bring us closer to you. In your name we pray. Amen.
And we ask Councilman Don Helms to lead us in our pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May be seated. All right, and we might as well get started. So we'll ask Mr. Kyle if he'll get us started on our budget workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. Good morning, council and staff and all those in attendance. The first portion of our work plan will be to go over departmental budget presentations. So most department heads will be here to give those presentations. Finance and facilities and grounds will not be able to make it, but I'll try to give a very brief overview for those. So I've asked for each department head to come up and give just a high-level overview, any major changes with their budgets, any major expenditures that were not realized last year, so that the council can have a good idea as to what we'll be faced with for the upcoming fiscal year 22-23 budget. We do have two major expenditures that are already slated for 22-23 budget. That includes the implementation of the pay study that was just performed, as well as the payment for the second fire truck. So that will leave us with a known difference of about 1.1 or 1.2 million, or excuse me, yeah, 1.2 in growth from last year. So just like every year, budgeting is really identifying what our needs are to maintain or enhance service delivery to our citizens. And I feel that the department heads have a really good grasp at what they forecast in their needs, looking beyond just a single year. And we developed a capital improvement plan to try and identify what those longer-term assets that we'll need to purchase to continue providing those services. But without further ado, I'll go ahead and get started. The first department, lo and behold, is our governing board. So this budget essentially covers meeting costs, covers certain association dues in which council is part of, things like council of government. It covers ordinance preparation through American Legal for contracted services, general town supplies, some funds for town events or decorations that are needed. From time to time we may send flowers for a community family or just something going on. So it does remain somewhat basic. The one item of which we have changed is to provide some efficiencies in payroll. Council does get a monetary dollar amount for meetings and travel. So what we did is we looked at what our expenditures were for the fiscal year and went back a few years to try and even cover additional meetings that may have occurred. And what we're going to do, what my recommendation is that we just assign a very basic salary for each council person, commensurate with what the previously approved costs for those payments would be. So that's that's probably the biggest change within the governing board. More than happy to answer any questions if you have questions specific about your budget. All right. Hearing none. So we will move on to administration. So administration covers the town manager, town clerk, communications coordinator, and now our administrative assistant. The highlights of the budget include vendor payment for My Surf City, which is the town's mobile app. There is a request to get a website redesign or an upgrade, still working with the same vendor that is currently our website, but the website, really the format and structure of it has not changed in over 5 years, and some of the things that we'd like to do are not supported with our current system. So we would look at Civic Plus, who is the website host, to looking at a small increase for redesign or upgrade. There are some training funds for the manager, clerk, communications coordinator, and admin assistant. There's a public executive leadership academy that the manager, myself, is looking at for next year. Continuing education for the clerk, communications coordinator. We've looked at and identified some courses that we feel would help out in that position. And then the admin assistant, looking at the basic local government finance course, so that she can be familiar with local government financing and payment processing, et cetera. With that is professional dues for various associations, the International City Managers Association, Clerks Association, et cetera. And then we do have some funds in there to include the purchase of a digital camera. One thing on the highlights that I did not include but meant to was with the NCDOT enhancement project that's coming up, there was a area reserved on the mainland side of the bridge, just north of the roundabout near that infiltration basin, for a welcome to sign. So I've budgeted funds in there utilizing prior expenditures for our marquee sign out here for Town Hall. So I've put that in the admin budget in hopes to execute that project and get that moving, so that when everything is done with the landscaping and lighting and the entire project, we would be prepared to make that expenditure. So that's those are the highlights of the admin budget. Also in here is a lot of the what's called IT cost shared funding, essentially, which is Jason's budget. But we will separate all this stuff out, and he'll give you a presentation on information technology. But as you see this in your spreadsheet, it all falls under this IT cost shared, unshared. So again, just wanted to give you that structural background as to how that operates.
Okay. Before we get started on information technology, something I forgot, we do have a new face up here that hadn't been here before. And well, that's his head, the bright spot. But anyway, John Koloski, I know we had him scheduled to be sworn in the 18th, but we had to change that date around again, and everybody got together, and we swore him in when his family and everybody could be here for his swearing in, so he would be ready to go for this meeting. And he's already gone through all of his background check, all that. Got his stemper shot and everything, so he's ready to go. So anyway, John Koloski, when we have a break, speak to him, talk with him some. Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Back to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, just that essentially wrapped up the admin budget. Again, it's a pretty standard budget for us. We don't have a whole lot of operations going on, and Supplement to that is just basic office supplies and, printing costs, et cetera, so.
Okay.
All right. So we will move on, and Mr. Lingle will come and give the presentation for information technology.
Mr. Lingle, oh Lordy.
All right. How's everyone?
And Jason, if you don't mind, and for all the department heads who are in here, and I hate to spring anything on you at this point, but for Mr. Koloski, if you don't, just a very basic overview to what you do, or what your department does for the town. Thank you.
So I'm the IT director for the town of Surf City, Department of One, and I handle all computers, pretty much anything that plugs in. I maintain and help with licensing and help departments kind of get through their general day and keep them productive with technology. That's my general go-to: police, fire, all employees. So, is that good? Yeah.
And he is real kind to us old folks that don't know all the technologies. He has to keep us up, so.
Well, a big part of my budget request is I'm putting in a personnel request for an IT technician this year. I know it's came up in the past, and basically the whole intent is that they're going to help me have more time to work on administrative tasks. Right now I'm more in a reactive state, and I want to get to be proactive and start taking care of things before they're a problem. And so this new person would help with handling all help desk tickets when they first come in, essentially taking that load off of me and hopefully handling those things so it doesn't have to escalate to me, but if it does, we'll get together and take care of those problems. This position would also be beneficial for larger projects, such as system installations, new computer setups, the initial training and assistance for staff, and moving and delivery of equipment. The most important thing that the town would gain from this would be the general ticket workload, hopefully getting that off of me so that we can focus on getting things getting ahead a little bit. Because I have been getting behind, and it continues to get harder as we grow. So that's the big part of my budget. It would be a huge help to me if we can do it. On the next slide, we have the departmental expense lines, as Kyle mentioned. It's a big change for me. It's over the years, I've been here about 18 years, and I've only had a single expense line under administration, and it's a little hard to manage. So we're starting to pull that out, and we're going to split it up to make it easier for me to gauge quickly the financial health of my department through the years. So it's going to be more standardized as other departments are. So I'll have a full list with salary, gasoline, vehicle maintenance, all the works, to make it a little easier for you guys to read as well. The next slide. We're looking to move the accounting software into the cloud. The town's primary accounting and information system is currently sitting on a server that's hitting its end of life, and it's due for an upgrade. So after reviewing and discussing with Dave, we've decided the best choice, if you agree, would be to move the server into the cloud. It's got many advantages. One of the things will be easier to budget for. It puts a lot of the unexpected expenses on the vendor. And basically, to summarize it, we'll make a single payment to them every year, and that assures that we have access to our data. And they'll handle the backups, recoveries, all the works. So if we can do that, I think that's a good move versus upgrading servers again and constantly being at that single server point of failure. On the next one, we have the employee phishing and scam prevention. Threats, they continue to increase, and we've seen it here within the town. It's constantly coming in, usually from emails. And basically what this will do is it's going to help keep the employees educated and keep them on their toes to try and prevent someone from clicking something they shouldn't and putting everyone at risk or having something go wrong. And it's mainly just to help educate. And there's some other options, but they're quite pricey. I still think that education is probably the most affordable and the appropriate route to keep us protected from these threats. And that's really what I have. For the most part, my budget is flat. I do have a lot of computers to replace this year, a lot of laptops, but in general, that's it. If you have any questions about things that you saw within the budget, we can look at that.
Pretty straightforward budget.
Yes, sir. Simplified. It is. Not a lot of changes. Maybe if we can, well, I mean, there is some big things that we've changed up in terms of upgrading some hardware, you know, firewalls and things like that, but I don't want to bore you guys too soon.
Okay.
That's it.
I tell you, Jason has done an amazing job with the IT.
Thank you.
He's had some help from James.
Oh, yes, absolutely. He
But,
saved me.
Anyway, I just can't get over how well he does.
Thank you.
So,
All right.
thank you for that.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Human Resources, so Lydia King. Congressional hearings, yeah, figures getting.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lydia King, and I'm the HR officer for the town of Surf City. I'm also a department of one. And I work with all of the departments for their recruiting and onboarding and offboarding and any other boardings that they need with any of the employees. I also work with all of the employees, both full-time, part-time, and seasonal, with any of the questions that they have, whether it be through benefits or policies or anything of those natures. So I am involved with everyone in the town for my department. Okay, so my first slide is on our NeoGov platform, and this is the platform that we started it a couple years ago with government jobs so that we could start with our recruiting of employees. And what it does is it goes to governmentjobs.com, which then feeds things out to like Monster and Indeed and everything for our hiring process. And then last year we budgeted for 2 more modules with the NeoGov platform, which was the onboarding and the e-forms, which is what I'm currently building at the moment. And what that does is when we have someone come in on Insight, then when we hire them, we move them to onboarding, and all of our documents will be handled online and carried online. Any changes, all of their new hire paperwork, everything will be online and moved into that. And then once they are hired, we would be moved to e-forms, and that's the next module that I'm building. We haven't started that one yet, but it will be done in a couple of months for all employees we currently have for any changes of their withholdings, insurance, all of those forms will be on there, policy updates, everything. And that also ties into the employee portals, which all of the employees will be able to go online and have access to all of this information. And we have our full-time employees, our seasonal employees, and then the departments will have their own small, their own little portal that they can click on if they want to give information like the fire department, if they have specific things just for firefighters, they'll be able to put them on there. I'm pretty excited about those portals. I have never built portals before, so I'm kind of excited about that. So that is what our NeoGov platform is, and it essentially is a tool to kind of, it helps us maintain everything and keep everything very up to date, and also helps with the need for other people to be able to do it. I am a department of one, and a lot of the paperwork can become very cumbersome. So once it's online and available, it's much easier to maintain that way. I am also the head chair of the Employee Appreciation Committee. We are co-chaired with Ms. Carla Citarelli, and currently Jody is the other co-chair. So what we do is we have a committee with liaisons from every department to come in to talk about the things that we do for our employees. And the big one is our annual employee luncheon that we have in September. So we have the representative from each department to come in, and this committee makes committee decisions. Everyone votes on them. They bring their ideas. They go back to their departments, things that worked, didn't work, and that's our biggest thing that the Employee Appreciation Committee does. We also do a spring fling that's coming up here in April for a kind of a kickoff for the season for the employees. And then we also have, that's on the schedule, is our Christmas brunch, and then we do various other things throughout the years when the liaisons come back and say, hey, the departments were thinking maybe this would be a good idea. And in conjunction with our spring fling, we're also doing a hygiene drive. We just are putting that stuff out, the flyers that go out next week, for our local pantries, our food pantries here, that the committees are, have decided that's a good thing to do for the summer. So we'll be pushing out some information on that next week. And the last slide, and probably one of the most important things that I feel like I do that may not be something that everybody thinks about, but I do because I think about the insurances all the time, is our townwide benefits. And every year we will evaluate all of our benefits and where we are and how much they're costing and are they working for our employees or not. And the first one is our retirement. We have two different retirements. We have a 401k/457 that the town contributes to. The state mandates for the local law enforcement an amount that has to be given out there, but the general employees, the town decides themselves to add to that. And then we also have a state mandate. It's the North Carolina State Retirement System local government section. And they did have an increase of 2% for all of the state retirement this year. So that's something that we do have to put into our budget this year on the state retirement side, which is a very good thing for all of us employees, because that means it increased our retirement for us. We also have medical insurance, vision, dental, and life, and we are currently brokering through SIA Insurance Group. The medical insurance at the moment is trending about 8 to 10% over what we have currently, but we will negotiate those rates. We're small enough now that we can choose bits and pieces on our insurance to make the rates comparable and stay as flat as possible. Our vision insurance, we have a 1% increase on that, and again, we will negotiate those rates. And our dental insurance this year, I have currently a 6%, but we're going to end up shopping that insurance. We had 2 years ago, we did our insurance for our dental insurance, and we locked it in on a rate, so they couldn't change us. This group of employees utilizes their dental insurance to the max. So unless we lock them in, then we'll have like a 33%. So that's usually why we'll shop that every couple years. You'll notice that our dental insurance will change every couple years. It's because we have very high utilization, and we'll lock them in for a couple years, and then they figure out that we're going to use that dental insurance to the max. So then when they go to renew it, they want to renew it at a much higher rate. So that's when we shop it out to get the lower rates again, and then lock them in for another 2 years. And our life insurance that we offer for our employees is locked in at the rate that we have until 2023. And our last thing that we also have that you've seen the emails that I sent out from the employee McLaughlin, employee appreciation newsletters. We have, not appreciation, I'm sorry, employee assistance. Those acronyms are exactly the same and I mix them up. The employee assistance program for all of our employees that is through McLaughlin and Young for counseling, for financials, for many, many things. We also carry this program for all of our employees. And that's my budget. Much like Jason's, mine's a fairly flat budget with the
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
all right.
Anybody got any questions of her?
Ask Lydia to put in the insurance stuff, because that is something that we always got to keep our eyes on. For rate increases, and I think we've been doing a pretty good job at finding pretty good rates, and the SIA group is looking out for us, so I appreciate that, certainly.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right,
you gonna do finance?
I'll take care of finance. They have as far as their operational budget, really not I don't want to diminish anything, but not a lot going on in regards to expenses for the town. They do have an audit contract that they have to maintain for our end of year fiscal year audits, and then tax collection expenses for mailers that go out for our property taxes, and then miscellaneous training for them to maintain certifications, et cetera. So, you
The
know,
audit contract, we approve that each year.
that's correct. I think our current audit contract will be up next year, I believe off the top of my head, and we'll shop that out. You know, our current auditor, I think, does a fantastic job. They're extremely unbiased, and they're very detailed in their requests, but we'll continue to look at audit companies because those can change from time to time. But that's, you know, really a big thing. You know, Jason had talked about the IT side of it and bringing the financial software onto the cloud. So that'll bring them an upgrade through the MCSJ program. But really outside of that, our finance department is, you know, pretty small. This is Dave and Wendy and Donna, and well, split with Allie between utilities and finance, because she does do the water and sewer billing. So that's what they've got.
Okay.
All right, looks like emergency management.
Come on down, James.
Morning, everybody. I like hurricanes. I can deal with hurricanes, but this is the worst day of the year for me. No. Hope everyone's doing well.
Doing good.
All right. So just a brief overview of what I do. My name is James Horn. I'm the Emergency Management Director for the town of Surf City. I am overall tasked with the coordination and facilitation of town activities to get us in a position where we want to be as far as disaster readiness, preparedness, assist in the response and the recovery from disasters and major incidents, things like that. Chaos coordinator is one way to word it, but anyway, so that's kind of what I do in a nutshell. My budget looks a lot like last year's budget, actually. So first up on the slide is a replacement vehicle. Still got the 2013 Ford Explorer that police department decommissioned. Hadn't gotten any younger, and it hadn't gotten any better as far as its maintenance and some issues going on. So I am trying to get a replacement vehicle. It kind of fits the mission a little bit better than that. As some of you have been out on the beach with me in that thing, keeping with standard procurement practices, we'll use state contract pricing to acquire a vehicle. The numbers you have up there, the big number 41,487 is for the whole things, for the vehicle and all the equipment that goes along with it. Broken down, state contract price is currently $31,482, and the upfitting is approximated at $10,000. That's for the cap and the bed, cargo slider, and the various equipment that goes inside the vehicle. Again, that was the same as last year, just carried it over. New for my capital outlay is a joint drone project with community development. Ms. Kimes will talk about it in her presentation, maybe a little bit if I missed something, but it is a big ticket item, I'm not gonna lie, but it's also a very, it is a unique capability that if we could get it and we could implement it, we could really expand and enhance our services all across the town as far as data collection goes, but specifically within the GIS department. Our GIS tech, Michael Rocco, he is to GIS what Jason is to computers. He's a wizard. Like, he does some of the coolest stuff on there. This drone, or this, I don't like calling it drones, this platform would have the ability to capture LiDAR data. So if you recall, you know, the state used to fly every year, every 2 years, and capture this LiDAR data. It allows you to get height, depth, and volumetric data, something you can't get with standard photogrammetry, you know, pictures. This particular platform is the only platform that I'm aware of that doesn't cost in the 6 figures to be able to capture that data. For us, what that means is we would have a way to capture volumetric loss and gain of sand on the beach. So we could establish a cycle of data collection, so 4 times a year, every month, you know, whatever. And then we would be able to track in a rolling cycle our losses and our gains, where we're losing sand, where we're picking sand up, so on and so forth. So, you know, that would be beneficial for me on the EM side of things, because if I can show an area that's perhaps losing sand, I can start planning for potential inundation or integrity loss of that particular location. That's good for us because it puts us in a position, we kind of know where we could have an issue. As it is right now, after a big storm, you know, nor'easter, whatever, you know, we kind of have to go out and look. So to have the ability to capture that data ahead of time, model it out, kind of puts us a little bit ahead of the curve. We won't really be able to do much to mitigate it, but we'll at least know that it's coming. So I do like that. Another secondary use for it would be pre and post incident flyover and photogrammetry data, so pictures and maps. So before, you know, during, I think it was before Dorian, we took a pre-flight, captured the ocean front, and then after it, we captured it again, and you can actually, you can see where your damage inventory is before you ever get your full damage assessment back. So for us, that's beneficial because we can rapidly deploy that asset as soon as the wind dies down low enough to where we can fly after a storm, for example, and we can kind of get a good idea of what our damage inventory is going to look like. We can also use that as a way to pinpoint where our damage assessment teams go first so that they can get out there and get that data captured on the necessary forms and format and get that to the state. So,
How strong a wind can you fly in?
so on that particular airframe, the manufacturer says no more than 42 miles per hour. But it's a very capable aircraft for sure.
All right. Very good.
And it has an extremely long flight time. It has 4 batteries on it, so you get about, I think, 33 minutes of flight, 34 minutes of flight, which is, in the drone world, that's good. On the next slide, we have a carryover from last year. So last year, the board approved our capital improvement project for the single site conventional radio system. That's the radio system that we're going to use here in town to bring together our responders, both are all from fire, police, utilities, essentially anyone that we have in the field that's operating during a disaster or an incident. We will be able to unify the communication system so that we can all talk to one another. Currently, utilities, facilities, and grounds, essentially anyone outside of public safety doesn't have that ability to talk back to us. With that project, we will be able to unify that ability, and we'll be able to talk to everyone, so communication will be a little easier when things are going sideways on us. I'd hoped to have that project kicked off by now, but unfortunately, you know, we had COVID, and then we have some global instability and some global shipping issues and things of that nature, so I haven't been able to kick it off yet, but I have been on the phone with the vendor this week, and he's assured me that he is working as hard as he can to get the bits and pieces that we need to get it kicked off. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll be moving on that in the near future. So on the next slide. This is my last big one. So last year, I also requested an additional staff member to be dedicated to the emergency management department. So I'm asking for it again this year. I'm aiming to meet two objectives in this position. The first objective is increase our department depth of staffing. Like Ms. King and Mr. Lingo, I am a department of one, and as was highlighted in a council retreat one time, I am the single point of failure. So hopefully I don't get hit by a bus out here in the parking lot, but if I did, that's kind of where it ends. I would really like to fix that. You know, in the emergency management world, we like to think that we have redundancies and contingencies and, you know, tertiary plans to address these things. So I feel like, you know, we're moving in a good direction. I think over the past 3 years, we've come really far compared to where we were maybe 5 years ago. I would like to keep that forward momentum and increase our overall capacity and capability, which is the second point, or the second objective. You know, when the skies darken and it's raining outside, we really rely on all of our town staff to come together, and we do, and it works really well. So for that brief moment, that kind of compressed timeline, everyone's working together, we're communicating, we're planning, we're executing, and it is organized chaos, but it's organized and it's efficient. Unfortunately, or not unfortunately, but fortunately, we don't always live in that world. We're not always in the disaster environment, and that's a good thing. But as, you know, the skies go blue again and everybody goes back to their jobs, it's kind of that cohesiveness, at least as far as my cohesiveness, just, you know, goes away a little bit. So having an additional person would benefit not only myself in trying to get some strategy worked out and get some forward thinking and some future plans laid out. You know, obviously it benefits the town as a whole because it gives us another dedicated individual whose life and motivation here would be dedicated to just that cause, and not necessarily like multi-rolled. You know, multi-rolling an employee is good sometimes for short periods of time. It's when you start multi-rolling over a long period of time, you know, there's always going to be a primary objective and responsibility, and then there's going to be the collateral responsibility. You know, everyone's got their primary that they have to look after because that's their primary role. So I'm hoping that should the board so agree that we can kind of fix or address these two objectives and keep moving forward in a positive manner. So, and I didn't read anything I wrote down there. I don't know why I even wrote it down there. Up to midnight for nothing. All right, next slide. You know, by and large, my budget has remained relatively flat. There are some increases, but that's only in a few areas. So our training line is increasing. It's not necessarily my training line, it's the training line that we will use to train town staff on in two particular areas. The first is the incident action plan software, which is our software that we use to track disasters, you know, hurricanes obviously, but we also use it for our special events planning. So our big special events that we have year over year, I utilize that software. I'm onboarding different employees into that software so that we can eventually all start using it. It's really robust. It has a lot of capabilities. So the more folks I can get in there and trained up on it, the better or the more efficiently we will use that software. So there was that, and then the EHS software. It's our chemical inventory. So you know, the old MSDS sheets, material safety data sheets, those big yellow books that you see hanging up everywhere. That particular piece of software does away with those books, puts everything onto the internet, for lack of a better word, and you get access to it, to all the data sheets that way. The benefit to that, and I think I'll end up talking about it later, but the benefit to that is when we have a chemical come onto our property, right, if it meets the criteria for reporting, it goes into the system, and from that point forward, the system does the rest for us. It constantly updates the data sheet so that it keeps it current and relevant, which is a requirement under 29 CFR 1910, which is the employee right to know and hazard communication standard. We have it now. We're in the process. We've got a few more that we have to onboard, but other than that, we're getting ready to kick that off to everyone. So a lot of help from department staff getting their sites onboarded there. So that's a good thing. We like technology. Maintenance and repair, 2,500, asking 2,500 additional in that line for some addition of shelving and organization in our storage facility. Currently, we just have a building and it's open. I'd like to get some organization in there so we don't have everything piled up. Mayor, you've been out there before, you know. Nothing real big. And then a $1,000 increase on our supply line, and that just covers a weather station, observation station that we'll put here at this facility. We'll mount the sensor up on the tower out there, and that'll give us real-time weather data. So wind, humidity, precipitation rate, things of that nature. Cool thing about that is it does have the ability to be integrated into our website. So we will be able to drop a little widget on our website that shows the current as of the minute data. So that's kind of cool. I don't know if you know this, but whenever you pull up the weather on your phone, it's delayed and it's not actually where you are. It's at the closest observation point. So.
Do you still have a weather station on the beach?
We don't. The observation station that was at the Welcome Center, the anemometer sanded up. Jason and I brought it back here and we worked on it and thought we had fixed it. And actually it's up on the tower and it worked for about 3 days and seized back up again. We do have access to the state, the North Carolina Emergency Management weather gauge on the bridge. So we do have the ability to capture data and observe data from the island, but it's obviously it's through them, it's not through our own weather station.
Right, okay.
And lastly, there was an increase on our dues and subscriptions line. It wasn't really an increase on the budget as it proper. I had originally put that in contracted services last year, so I just moved it over to dues and subscriptions. That is the OSHA or the chemical management software. It's $3,300. So, which by the way, it might sound like a lot for a piece of software like that, but that was by far the most financially palatable solution that I could find. I mean, those things go up into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we were lucky with that, and actually that was courtesy of Onslow County's risk management department. I talk with them quite frequently, and they recommended it, so it was a good move for us, I think. But aside from that, I'm done. Unless anyone has any questions or comments, I'll be glad to try to stumble through it. But
Anybody got any questions? Well, we appreciate what you do.
thank you very much. Have a good day.
Do a good job.
All right, so Chris is, Mr. Carter is unable to be here today. He did have some medical stuff going on, and we want to keep him in our thoughts, for a speedy recovery. So I'll try to cover his budget, and facilities, streets also, facilities and grounds also covers our streets. So in his highlights, he documents 23 plus miles of streets within town, maintaining right-of-ways, public sidewalks, the bridge, as far as sweeping is concerned, the 2 roundabouts for sweeping, public parking lots, 7 public restrooms, 4 parks, the disc golf course, the dog park, athletic fields, 5 plus public facilities or buildings, 39 public beach accesses, and then all other town buildings that they try to maintain within their department. So they are set up essentially into 2 areas, one being the grounds and streets.
Getting that up there. Can't get that up there. It won't go up there.
Oh, I didn't put all this stuff in his PowerPoint. So the 2 separate divisions between grounds and streets, and then the facility supervisor. Thank you, Jason. Man, this guy's good. I'll tell you what, he is good.
He just bragging right now.
So you can see that, Matt Zamboli is our facility supervisor. That's going to be, keep making sure our facilities are taken care of. Under that is, our facilities technicians, like Amelia, and then the grounds and streets side. So Justin is our supervisor on that side, when you see them out working. This is their current
A lot better than mine.
current fleet. Current fleet, they have a 2019 F-250, 2018 F-250, 2015 F-250, and then the F-150 long bed, or I think what they call that, the bus. The facility side operates the 2012 F-150, the Dodge 1500, and 2 Ford Rangers, all pretty, they're older vehicles, but they keep those maintained. And then you can see the list of equipment that they also operate and maintain with trailers, the street sweeper, gator, 4 mowers, 4 blowers, 3 weed eaters, 2 portable generators, the skid steer, and 2 tractors. So getting back into the budget highlights for facilities and grounds is the $22,000 in fuel line. They're sort of a dual role with Parks and Rec, and work closely with Jody on her budget, and then we are going to separate this out. And one of the larger projects that we're working on is bringing all facility contracts under one umbrella. So prime example of this would be if we have pest management. We want to make sure that the bidding of that opportunity to provide that service for all town facilities is being done in one single source, so that we can be as efficient as possible and get the best rates, as opposed to having one vendor doing one building and another vendor doing another building. So that's big. Requests for the contract services. I worked with Mr. Carter on this. Essentially looking at trying to get some of the grounds maintenance taken care of through contract, to try and prevent or avoid the need for an additional hire. So he was able to negotiate that contract, looking at Town Hall, Community Center, and the Welcome Center, getting that all taken care of. And then, again, we had an increase in maintenance and repair of vehicles, just to keep the fleet on the road and trying to extend the life of all those vehicles that we just went over. So $15,000 for that.
So this contract service is for all three places?
All three locations, and this would allow for our town staff to be able to focus on other areas throughout town, our parks, et cetera. And, as their demand continues to go up, this is an opportunity for us to look at this to try and avoid hiring another person to cover some of that job duties.
Okay. And there's two there. So that's what the first 29 was, right? There's two 29s over top of each other.
Okay.
239 and 240.
Let's see. On your budget spreadsheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, 239 and 240, is that the same contract?
Yes. So as you see, the line item 504, 500. So that the 239 is the detail, but then the sub account underneath that is just the detail of that B&G
Okay,
lawn
all
care.
right.
So yeah, that's the exact same.
Okay, well,
same
that's
thing.
why I say it looked like two different.
Sorry. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what 239 and 240, but I got you on the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Another thing, I thought was important to highlight for training-wise is trying to get some additional small engine repair knowledge within their department. We do spend, not an astronomical amount by any means, but when we need to replace a part in a mower or a blower or something of that nature, we're going to a small engine repair and basically getting that service taken care of. And we can send somebody to get some additional small engine training to troubleshoot, order the replacement part, and then do the work ourselves. I mean, we have the facilities and the tools to be able to do that.
What I usually find is when you carry one of these things to a small engine repair shop, don't go back right quick to get it.
No, absolutely not. Yeah. So yeah, we might have a piece of equipment that's out there, and one thing that we are able to do and try to get resources off the internet, but we were able to buy a $29 piece and replace that where it would have cost us $250 to send it to the small engine
And
repair.
take 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
That's right. So, some of our town staff is good at that. Some of them aren't. And if we can get somebody that can be a primary source, that would be good.
All right.
I'll mention, we've got still waiting on our dump truck that was approved last year. Last word is that we should see that in April, but this has been just one of these things, a consistent theme, I think, across all departments is some things have just been really difficult to get, and that's been one of those issues. But, as we moved into the quarterly debris pickup, we have seen that volume of material reduced, and they've been able to manage that job. I think they've done a fantastic job at doing that in that transition. And then, after our spring vegetative debris pickup, we're going to start trying to move towards that service request model to supplement our pickups so that when people have debris that maybe they've come down and they want to clean up the yard, they can put the service request in and we'll go pick that up. Only based on request, not just throwing it out there. But I think that'll be another service back to our residents that we can provide. So that's kind of a very high level on facilities and grounds. And again, sorry that Chris could not be here, but I continue to tell him he needs to get himself in good shape before he gets back here. So I'll be more than happy to try to answer any questions, and if I don't have the answer, I certainly can get that for you. All right, sounds like it might be you, Chief.
Why have we got here alone?
Morning. How was everybody? Pretty good, I guess. I'm happy to be here this morning, be able to present our 22-23 budget to the council. My name is Phil Voorhees. I'm the Chief of Police. And the police department has 25 sworn officers, 1 civilian, and 1 part-time personnel. We're responsible for all police services within Surf City, responding to and investigating all criminal activity. reducing overall crime, responding to emergencies, enforcing ordinances of the town, and also enforcing general statute for North Carolina. So moving into our first slide, we're going to give you just a brief overview of some of our increasing expenditures. We had some expenditures that went up a little, that decreased a little across the board, but some of the largest expenditures are the ones I wanted to go over and talk about. Our contracted services line went from $62,754 to $104,295. Now and I listed what encompassed the increase. We have some tracking software and some hiring expenditures that we moved into that line. Those costs are relatively low, but they were part of the increase. Moving into the new building, we had a new card reader system. The security system for all our card readers increased, and it's a $5,000 year-over-year cost that we had to put in also. Flock LPR Systems is our license plate reader systems. We have 2 that are approved and currently in talks with Flock to be installed in town, and I'm seeking to put 2 more so we can have coverage of the entire town and be able to record license plates, to record criminal activity, and go after people that commit crimes in our town, and be able to track them and identify those people and hold them responsible. One of the largest increases in the contracted services line is the TASER Axon body cam program. The number that you see, the 28,000, is actually the increase. Our contract before was 15,000, and we increased to 43,000. So what you're seeing is that 28,000 is the overall actual increase. That encompassed all our body cams, all our tasers, all equipment, and some new equipment for the cars, and actual equipment to put on the officers to make sure that our body cams and everything is working properly when officers get out on an emergency scene, so that we have those recordings, so that nobody ever gets out of the car and forgets to turn their body cam on and we don't have actual footage. That technology is designed to eliminate that, so that whenever an officer either draws his weapon or turns on the emergency lights in his car, that technology will turn on every camera within 30 feet at that officer or any other officer, or even officers from other agencies that are wearing Axon body cams will activate their cameras also. So that's the idea behind that technology. To give you an idea what contracted services covers, it covers everything from elevator maintenance at the old PD to spraying the new building with for bugs and keeping our officers up to date with the computer services that we have in the car, so they have the ability to run license plates, check names, check for criminal activity. That's what that contracted services line is. The next slide. Obviously, our gasoline line is going to increase. When I looked at that, it hadn't spiked yet because of the unrest overseas. I looked at it and did a 40% overall increase, because that's what we were that's what I was looking at the time. That line may increase as we get a little farther closer towards the end of this process, depending on where the trend goes. If it continues to remain high, I may have to increase that line. I don't want to over budget, but I certainly don't want to under budget that line, because this year we didn't anticipate that the rising gas prices to go up as much as they did, so we're a little behind in our budget for actual this year. Capital outlay vehicle. Last year we purchased 2 new patrol vehicles, and the cost on that was $90,000. There's some additional costs that go along with those vehicles that we didn't budget for, tax and tags, some additional equipment we had put in the cars. But the idea in discussing with Kyle and Dave and finance was to get a set number of vehicles that we purchase year over year, so we can eliminate balloon purchases in certain years moving forward, and to continue with the 5-year plan that has been extended into the future, to make sure that we have the most up-to-date vehicles and give our officers the best tools that we can when they're out there. It's how we get there, and it's a lifeline for everybody, for not only our citizens but our officers. That's how we respond to calls. That's how we get where we're going. We have to have up-to-date vehicles that have the best technology, that we can provide the best service possible to our citizens. So the idea was every year purchase 2 new patrol vehicles, put them on the road, and continue with that, obviously to stop balloon, so we don't have to purchase 5 vehicles somewhere down the road where we hadn't purchased them beforehand. We're going to decommission one 2013 model, and that's going to be repurposed for Parks and Rec, so that they have a vehicle that they can use to travel, and anything that they need to go to training, or anyone that works for Park and Rec needs to travel with. And if Jody wanted to talk about that, she can.
You're gonna leave the siren and the lights.
We can, sir, if you want to, yeah. Jody might like
Jody
that.
says she'd love that.
We'll take police off the side, she can have the sirens. Next slide. All right, so our capital outlay equipment line is at $53,000 this year. Last year, we were a little bit lower. And some of the things in that line that are increasing our overall expenditures, police radios. With the advent of new personnel that we were given in previous budget years, the monies weren't there to purchase enough radios. We haven't been fully staffed up until very shortly we're gonna be. And I need to be able to equip those officers with the actual radios that they need in their vehicle and on their person. And if we purchase these 2 radios this year, we'll be in a very good position, and that'll drop out of the budget next year. We won't need to purchase them unless we add new personnel going forward at some point in the future. The Flock LPR camera system is there again, and that's the 2 new cameras that I'd be asking for to cover the town with the license plate readers. Just to give you an idea of what these license plate readers can do, they can read cars traveling at 70 miles an hour coming past the license plate reader, and they can, there was some astronomical number of how many they actually record an hour. So what this license plate reader will do, if we have some type of criminal activity, and say the only description we get is a brown sedan with a yellow bumper sticker on it, we can actually put in there a brown sedan, yellow bumper sticker, and a time frame, and it'll give us every brown sedan with a yellow bumper sticker specifically that has passed that camera within a certain time frame, and narrow it down tremendously for us. It will, in real time, if a stolen vehicle or a wanted person passes that camera, in real time it'll alert all officers in the area to what's happening and give them a ping and tell them, this vehicle just passed, this vehicle is stolen, and this vehicle has a wanted person that's wanted on some type of felony charge through NCIC, and this vehicle has just passed in the direction it's going, and an actual picture of the vehicle in real time will be sent directly to the officer. Then that's just some of the capabilities of this system. The system also ties into all other Flock LPR cameras throughout the country, so we could actually go in and search either locally, or we could search in a wide area. We can look at cities that have Flock LPR cameras, such as Atlanta or Charlotte, and actually see if someone is coming here and we suspect they're stealing guns, where are they going? Are they going to Atlanta? Are they going to Charlotte? Where are those firearms going, or where is that stolen property actually ending up? And it'll help us facilitate with other agencies and put a stop to some of this criminal activity that we see. Moving on, the bike patrol unit, $6,000 expenditure. That's one of the things I wanted to accomplish this year. That $6,000 incorporates the electric bicycle for the officer, all uniform and equipment, specialty bike rack for the car. The idea for this is to have an actual patrol on that multi-use path. If you guys remember when Chad gave that presentation of how many people are actually using that multi-use path on a daily and yearly and monthly basis, those numbers, I was actually surprised by those numbers, and it kind of opened my eyes a little bit that we need some police presence up there on that bridge, and have somebody on foot and on a bicycle that's able to get there quickly, and respond to emergency situations that they may arise on the multi-use path. Also with that, not only the multi-use path, but the foot traffic that we have within the park, on Roland Avenue, the central business district, that would be that officer's primary responsibility, would be that central hub. And he would also augmentate the beach patrol unit. So when we don't have a uniformed officer on the beach, he would come in and work beach patrol, so we have more coverage of an actual uniformed officer on the beach at all times. Our tsunami camera system, we have one camera system now, and I was looking to add another camera system. We've been having some issues in one of our areas that I believe all of you are aware of. And to give you an idea of why I want to do this, I put some numbers together. In a 1-block radius at 1701 North New River Drive in 2021, we responded to 120 calls for service, included 9 assaults, 1 assault on a law enforcement officer, 3 breaking and enterings, 4 larcenies, 1 sexual battery, 1 stolen vehicle, 30 noise complaints, and 7 disturbances. And that doesn't include I didn't include lower end calls there, maybe barking dogs or other thing or ordinance violations. The idea is to put that camera in that location, hold the people that are making trouble there accountable, but also hold the businesses there that may be violating North Carolina general statute, hold them accountable also, and bring that and get a little bit of control in that area and have a better idea of actually what's really happening so we can combat the problem and move into the future. Last item under capital outlays, the message board sign. It's a big expenditure, $20,000 for a message board sign. We did have 2 donated back during Florence. One of those subsequently does not work anymore. I contacted the manufacturer, and the price to actually get that fixed was astronomical, and it was almost as much as buying a brand new one. And that sign is pushing 20 years old. The sign we have currently in the traffic circle is the same age, and it's showing wear, and the benefit of the message board sign is something that's benefited not only the police department, but the town as a whole. I'd like to buy another one, a new one, with the advent of all the special events that we have, the information we need to get out to the public, any emergencies, hurricanes. I'd like to have one. I certainly think that we could use it almost on a full-time basis for information to put out to the public. Like I said, for anything, special events, emergencies, traffic control, re-entry plans for after storms. I think it's something like that. We're a little bit behind, and we really need to have that equipment. Next slide. Capital outlay grants. Capital outlay grants. This is a reimbursable expenditure. We wrote the grant. It's been submitted. We're very confident that we're going to get it. This money will be reimbursed. We have to put the money in the budget, spend it. It'll be reimbursed after the grant award is come back to us and we implement this software. So the IA Pro software, House Bill 300 was passed and stated that all police agencies in the state of North Carolina have to have an early warning system for police officers. They also stated that in the short term, that the Standards Commission has a database that we can report to that it will fulfill this requirement. But at some point, all law enforcement agencies are going to be required to have an early warning system for officers. And this IA Pro software will guarantee that for us and put that in place. It will defragment all our files, any personnel files, any disciplinary files, and bring them all under one roof. When the system has an algorithm, when it starts to see a problem, if an officer has had no problems within a certain time period and all of a sudden he's involved in a traffic crash, he has a use of force, he's shown up late for work, this system will start putting up red flags and say maybe it's time to intervene and get this officer some help and see what's going on. And that's the idea behind that, is to intervene before we have something happen that we don't want to. It also tracks all of use of force and puts it under one roof, computerizes everything and streamlines all of it. Right now, we're like I said, we're somewhat defragmented with where our information is because we don't have one central database for all our information. And like I said, the money will be reimbursed with a successful grant award. And the the cost, the $15,600 is not only for the software, access for all officers and administrators with training included. The year-over-year maintenance cost on this is about $2,000. Once we initially implement it, we'd be responsible for that on a yearly basis, on an ongoing basis. Next slide. And then finally, I'm asking for a new administrative assistant. Currently, we have 25 police officers and 1 administrative assistant. The police department floats on a sea of paperwork. It really does. I think we generate probably more paperwork than any other town entity. We document everything, and and what is happening is we are burdening officers with additional paperwork and additional responsibilities that they're responsible for, that we can alleviate and put officers on the road and actually concentrate on the services and what they're supposed to be doing instead of piling more and more paperwork on them and putting more responsibility, and bring that, like I said, part of the issue that I want to solve is I want to defragment where everything is. Right now we have one person that's responsible for this, one person that's responsible, and we have it all spread out and they have all the files. I want to bring that all together under one person defragment everything we have and put it under, and be able to have it under a civilian instead of officers. Some of the things that I listed there, keeping track of all inventories of all the equipment we have, dedicated civilian for evidence duties. Now, not only would this alleviate an officer and put an officer back on the road, but it would reduce a conflict of interest between an officer gathering evidence that may be involved in the case. Assisting with expenditures and record keeping, keeping track of vehicle expenditures, fuel, our maintenance on all of our equipment, and be able to have one person responsible for all of that. Assist with training requirements from the Standards Commission and keep up with all our training requirements, be able to report back to the state, and organize our community policing programs and bring that under one roof. Like I said, everything right now is spread out among a lot of officers, and alleviating this stuff from officers. It may not seem like one person keeping track of all expenditures for vehicle maintenance is a lot, but he spends time doing that, and then once you spread that out over so many officers and you bring that in, there's a lot of hours there. And I want to be able to put those officers back on the road instead of sitting in the building in front of a computer trying to keep track of those things and organize those things. And to give you an idea of some of the agencies that are around us and what they're doing, Carolina Beach currently has 28 sworn police officers and has 2 full-time administrative assistants. Kill Devil Hills has 23 officers with 6 administrative assistants. Nags Head has 23 with 2. Oak Island has 23 with 2. Wrightsville Beach has 24 officers with 2. And Surf City comes in at 25 with 1 administrative assistant. And one, we have a part-time, obviously, Mr. Beer, but he doesn't handle that. He just handles the phones on the weekends for us for emergency calls. That's all I have for you. I hope it was informative. Does anybody have any questions for me? I try to put as much detail in MCSJ as I possibly could to explain our expenditures and where we went up or where we came down and what we're spending this money on and trying to be fiscally responsible. I understand our budget it's a big budget, and looking back historically, I went back 6 years and I looked at every budget for the last 6 years, and it grows every year and it's expanding. And as we expand our officers and we expand our services, that our budget's going to continue to grow so we can stay on the cutting edge of technology. Just a couple things that I'm working on within the police department. I'm currently writing a 5-year strategic plan to guide us into the next 5 years. I've been working with Mr. Brewer on that. The framework is there. We just have to start putting some finishing touches on it. I'm currently in the information phase. I'm taking surveys from officers, and we'll soon be taking surveys from the community at large and plugging that back into our 5-year strategic plan to see where we need to go. Part of that strategic plan also encompasses some things like professional development, community policing, information and technology, national disaster planning, and hiring and retention. Part of that hiring and retention is to do a matrix for the future of trigger points where we need to actually look at hiring more officers. As our town grows, as our calls for service grow, as our population grows, I want to set some benchmarks so that when we reach those milestones that we can point to something concrete and say, yes, this is a milestone that we've reached. At this point, we need to hire X amount of officers to stay ahead of the curve to make sure that we can continue to provide the services that we need to. That's some of the things that we're working on there. I think the police department's in a very good place right now. We have 2 hirees in the pipeline to completely fill all our spaces. I feel morale is high, and our training is I'd stack us up against any other agency in the state of North Carolina at this point. I think things are good, and I'm proud to be here. Proud to be the chief.
Hey, anybody got any questions for the chief? Well, you must have done pretty good then.
I must have. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your work.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I just wanted to go back real quick under the facilities and grounds. I was able to pull up the debt service payment that was listed under there for $70,000.
That's what I was wondering about.
So I went back to our debt payoff schedule, and that is originating from our 2013 loan with BB&T for the prior town hall. So that will be the last payment on that loan.
Pay it off then?
December of 2022. So
then we'll have the flat ground paid off, right?
That's right. That's right. So I did want to go back and double check that.
Yeah, I asked Teresa, I saw it and I asked Teresa about it.
Yeah. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. And I'll go over our debt payment schedule once the departments are done.
Okay.
So I'll do just a quick rundown, but we're looking pretty good on that. So, Chief Wilson.
All right, another chief walking up.
Yeah. So thank you again for allowing us to come and speak and express our needs for the department. And again, it's a pleasure to serve the town of Surf City as the fire chief. Mr. John, I know that we've had some run-ins, unfortunately, with the fire there over there at Atkinson Road. But you know, just to give you an overview of the fire department, we do serve all of the fire protection service in the town of Surf City, but we also serve as the fire protection service agency for the Northeast Pender Fire District, which is about 42 square miles of unincorporated area outside the town of Surf City. So we not only serve the town, but we serve the county as well. We cover basically from the town line from 17 all the way up through the game lands to the Onslow County line. We kind of service this corner of the county, if you will. So that's one of the things that it's a little bit unique for us in the town, that we cover a lot of stuff outside the city as well. We do have 21 full-time staff, and we have about 18 part-time firefighters that help us with days off and backfill, as well as our ocean rescue service. We're looking at potentially trying to hire some seasonal ocean rescue people this year. We did that last year and it worked very well. But we're also responsible for all the fire code enforcement, a lot of the plan review for new buildings and things of that nature. So, you know, from a fire protection standpoint, we are pretty much an all hazards agency, so for the town and for the Northeast Pender Fire District. So it's kind of where we start as far as just kind of filling you in on some of the things that we do. So I wanted to start off before we get into the budget, just kind of looking at some year-end stuff from last year. We ran 953 emergency calls last year, which is a 22% increase from 2020. We had just over 1,200 total apparatus responses. What that means is that's every time a fire truck actually hits the road was 1,214 responses. So many of those calls required more than one apparatus. One of the things we look at in terms of growth and where we are from a density standpoint is call overlap, when we have multiple calls happening at one time. This year was a 15% call overlap, meaning that 15% of our calls were happening at the same time. So that's kind of one of the benchmarks we look at. And you'll see when we talk about personnel, that's about a 185% increase over the past few years. So it's a pretty significant increase in call overlap. Our personnel attended 5,752 training classes last year, and compiling just over 9,000 hours of training, which is pretty significant when you look at all the other things that we have to do, and that includes our volunteers, part-timers, as well as our full-time staff. We completed 592 inspections. We also did something a little different this year. We recorded our beach contacts. This is the first year that we had an actual dedicated ocean rescue staff on the beach all day during the summer, and we actually recorded 1,267 beach contacts. And what that comes from is 37 rescues, 117 other calls for service on the beach, and then 1,113 educational or prevention contacts that we had on the beach this year. So that was a pretty significant number. I felt we never really captured that data before, and we wanted to do that this year. We've learned from what we did this past year, and we're going to improve on that a little bit next year, so maybe we can even fine-tune some of those details and contacts. But one interesting fact that we found that, you know, sometimes the weekends aren't our busiest days on the beach. Mondays and Fridays were our busiest days for contacts. It was kind of, you would think it would be the weekend, but it's not. So just kind of a fun fact. We had some milestones for 2021. One of the biggest things, we had a full year of COVID, right? That really impacted our service delivery a lot, having to respond to COVID-related incidents through our medical service provider with the county. Really put a different type of spin and risk on our personnel. but our personnel stepped up to the challenge. They really embraced the need to still be able to respond and help the community even during a pandemic. We did see some issues in our department with some COVID-related problems, but I'll have to say we never had any out-of-service time. We were always available. We were always ready. We had people that would stay over late because somebody couldn't come in because they had symptoms or potential exposure, or they would come in off duty and work overtime, or volunteers coming in and helping out. So it was really great to see us not have any out-of-service time during a pandemic, which not a lot of fire departments can say that. So I want to thank our staff for being able to step up to that challenge. One of the other things we did was we did get approved for our USLA ART certification, which is Aquatic Rescue Response Team. We are the only department in North Carolina to have that certification, so that was really big for us. We also had our ISO, our Insurance Service Organization survey. We were able to lower our ISO rating to a 3, which is really big for us. In the town, we went from a 5 to a 3, but in the county part of our district is where we saw the biggest decrease, and those residents went from a 9 to a 3. So that was a huge decrease for our county portion of the fire district. And then, of course, you all know we entered into a contract for our 2 new fire engines. That was really big for us to finally get that multi-year process finally kicked off with a contract. And then, the department will be receiving some recognition later this year. Mr. Brewer's aware of it, for our community service relationship. Unfortunately, I can't really talk about it right now, but that'll come out in June. So we appreciate the support for what we do. But moving into the budget, just want to let you know, as our budget is presented, there are no decreases in service delivery, but there are some potential increases in our service delivery. When we look at our staffing, what we're requesting, we can increase our operational readiness and response as related to our structure fires, as well as our rescue response due to our community growth. We also have a potential increase in staff for just administrative support to enhance our current training program and medical and fire needs, potential staff increases for our ocean rescue team, and then, of course, a program to enhance our community education and engagement. Going to capital projects, obviously we have our second payment of our new fire engine replacement plan, which is $600,000 that will come out this year. But then those 2 engines will be completely paid for. There will be no debt service on those trucks. We are requesting for 2 command vehicle replacements. Much like the PD, our vehicles are our lifeline. It's what gets us to our calls. It's what gets us to our emergencies and even our other daily tasks. So having vehicles that are reliable are very important to us. Right now, we're currently using a 2005 Ford F-250 as an emergency response vehicle that has over 200,000 miles. It's been handed down by 2 other departments, and frankly, it's a death trap. I know Councilman Helms has driven that vehicle. It is a death trap, and it's a disaster waiting to happen. I've tried to replace that vehicle for 3 years and haven't been successful. We really need to replace that one. The other one we need to replace was actually Chief Voorhees' old PD car that we got. It's served us well, but we're now the second department that has worn it out twice. So that's another vehicle that we need to replace. Other capital projects is the boat lift repair and replacement at Soundside Park. Hydraulic tool replacement, which is our rescue tools on our rescue truck. That's been our capital improvement plan for a couple years. That's slated for this year, as well as the Station 23 kitchen remodel. I know we talked about that pretty extensively last year. That's obviously a request. And I just kind of wanted to put in there, we have in our capital improvement project for not this coming up fiscal year, but the following fiscal year, for our brush fire truck replacement, which is a 1998 Humvee that we got from the Marine Corps. And if funding works out, that truck really should be considered for replacement next year if possible. Moving on to personnel requests. So again, we're asking for our training captain and ocean rescue supervisor. As you've heard with other staffing requests today, separation of duties is really important. I think we, as the town and other departments, we've been, as we were smaller and we're growing, we're putting multiple duties on people. And for a short period of time, those things work. And people can do multiple duties and they can do things simultaneously. But as we grow and those duties increase, it becomes much harder for one person to handle many, many different complete responsibilities. We recognized that a few years ago when we were able to hire our fire marshal, and the efficiency level in production between our fire marshal and our deputy chief, once we were able to separate those responsibilities, has been astronomical. We've been able to get so much more done on our fire code enforcement as well as our administrative support through our deputy chief. And again, we want to do this with our training officer. Currently, our training officer is a shift lieutenant, and that lieutenant's primary responsibility is to make sure that that shift is ready to go and that crew is ready to go every day. But that person is also bogged down with paperwork and training course management. As you saw on a previous slide, we spent over 9,000 hours of training. Somebody has to document that. Somebody has to record that. Somebody has to categorize all that training. A typical firefighter has at least 3 certifications that require anywhere from 300 to 400 hours of training a year to maintain those certifications. And it all has to be categorized to make sure that we're doing what we need to do on that training field. That position is, with benefits, about $70,000. Again, one of the things you'll see when I talk about this position as well as the ladder truck staffing, it's very hard and difficult for the fire department to hire somebody in the summer. We're just too busy. But if we look at potentially hiring later in the year, there's potential savings on that initial year. So like our training captain, if we were to look at hiring that training captain in January instead of July, we could save some money on that initial year. Which leads me right into the ladder truck staffing. I know we talked about that again last year. It's a phased approach. In order to get this truck staffed, it's going to take 12 people. That's 4 people per shift. I know that's a huge increase in personnel. It's also a huge increase in responsibility for the fire department. We could never hire 12 people in a year, even if you gave us the funding to do it. It would just be, I think Lydia might shoot us all, but because it would be a huge increase in work to hire that many people in 1 year. So we look at it at a phased approach in order to not only look at it from that fiscal standpoint, but also from an administrative standpoint to make sure that we're getting good quality candidates to fill those positions. Again, the importance of the ladder truck is, right now through the ISO program that we just went through, ISO says we should have 2 ladder trucks. And we're never going to have 2 ladder trucks. But we don't even have 1 that's staffed. So trying to get to those industry standards, we as a town are growing so rapidly, but we're growing in density. We're growing in high risk areas where we're getting more apartments, we're getting more condensed neighborhoods. And once you put more and more people in an area, the risk for injury, the risk for large catastrophic events just increase. So it takes some of our lower probability events and creates high vulnerability for us. So having that ladder truck staffed and not relying on volunteers or off-duty personnel to get that key piece of equipment to the fire scene is going to be very important as we move forward and continue to grow. But again, looking at hiring later than just July can save some of that initial funding. One of the other things we're looking at this year is also adding an additional ocean rescue team. Last year we did dedicate 2 people on the beach from basically 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. That program was very successful for us. We were looking at potentially adding a second one this year, which would all be part-time personnel and seasonal personnel to handle that part of the project. So that's another personnel request. Moving into operations, we did see some increases in the budget. Fuel obviously was a big one at 65%. We sat down with Mr. Brewer and Dave and sat down and tried to figure out a plan on what would be, a good budget metrics to use, and we came up with that increase, looking at the total gallons that we use from an annual basis. Vehicle maintenance went up 5%. Building maintenance went up 17%. The largest portion of that increase was some bunk room maintenance we need to do at Station 23. Capital building, 23 exterior maintenance. We have some structural issues that we need to look at on that building, as well as that capital project for the kitchen. Capital equipment increase is about 128% this year, but the largest portion of that is the gear and PPE that's required for our new personnel, if awarded. So if not awarded, obviously that percentage goes down. Replace outdated communications. The town, about 5 or 6 years ago, Chief Voorhees, do you remember when they did the radio program? It was before I came. Yeah, so, maybe even 7 or 8 years ago, the town was on the forefront in replacing the public safety communications to meet the new standards and new programs, primarily because Onslow had already switched and we needed to communicate with Onslow County. But we, in the fire department, still have some of the older radios, and as the Viper system that we use from the Highway Patrol here in Pender County is being upgraded, we still have a handful of radios that are going to become obsolete in a year and a half. So we have to get those replaced. And then, of course, the capital project of the hydraulic tools that we've already discussed. Utilities saw a small increase. Uniforms, a larger increase at 38%, but again, uniforms for new personnel. Training, we saw a slight increase in 7%, mainly due to just registration costs. Travel went up 25%, just a small increase in travel costs, but also you'll see that is additional ocean rescue training travel as well. You'll see that ocean rescue training in the ocean rescue line item that we started last year. That's a big increase at 461%, but you'll see a lot of areas in there. For one is purchase of a PWC for ocean rescue, as well as additional training, and then the expansion of the warning flag and CAN program if this council sees fit to do that. We implemented that program a couple of years ago, and it worked really well, but we identified a core area to do based on call response data. Well, through our work with the Ocean Rescue Strategic Plan, it keeps coming up time and time again on increasing that to put those flags and cans at every beach access in the town, because right now they're really only in the central business district. So that increase of cost is in there. And then, of course, the capital project with the boat lift. Next slide. Moving to the other area of increase is our fire prevention and education, and it shows as a 241% increase, but really and truly it's just one line. It's just one part of it at $7,000. We're looking at buying a inflatable fire safety house. It's much like a bounce house, but it's not a bounce house. It has a flat floor. Kids wouldn't be in there jumping around. But what it does is will allow us to take the fire safety education to the kids. It's very portable. It's in a bag. Put it right in the back of a pickup truck and take it to the school. We can take it to the daycares. One of the things we found since COVID was that we're having a hard time getting groups to come to the fire station, to come and tour the fire station. Fire stations are open, they can come, but they're still a little weary about coming to the fire station. And then we can't get in those buildings either because, again, all of the COVID, just some people just feel like it's still there. They don't know about the cleanliness or the sanitation. This is something we can take to the organizations. We're not in their buildings. We can sanitize this much easier than we can a building, someone else's building. It also allows us to customize messages for public education. So this is one of the things that we really want to put forth. And I know it shows as a huge percentage increase, but this line item is fairly small generally. So that's one of the things we're looking at from the public education side of things. We did see some decreases, obviously not as many as the increases, but our equipment maintenance went down 12%. Part of that is we're always looking at ways to reduce costs. I know that our budgets do go up every year, But we do stride ourselves on figuring out a way to reduce costs. So we aimed at reducing those costs last year by implementing some new programs. We were able to do that this year, which has changed some of our overall maintenance cost. And we also completed a big hydrant banding program last year that was paid for out of this line that also reduced that number. And in our dues and subscriptions, we implemented some other computer programs to manage some of our equipment that actually reduced the costs from last year. So those are some of our decreases. That's pretty much where we are on our budget for the year. And again, I'll take any questions if you have them. I know I talk pretty fast, but
Anybody got any questions?
I was given a time limit. I don't know if I went over or not, but did I? So,
Chief, one point,
yes, sir.
the $140,000 you got for the brush truck.
Yes, sir.
I don't think most people know this truck was given to us by the Marine Corps, and it was implemented, or the equipment was put on it by the fire department. It was made, and we bought one water container that holds 300 gallons?
Yep.
300 gallons of water on it. This truck, we can't get parts for this truck anymore. If we wanted to repair it, we couldn't because we can't get the parts. It gives us a lot of problems, and it needs to be replaced for the simple reason it's not dependable. We can go out on a call, we don't know where we're gonna get back or not, but that's one item in the budget that needs to be replaced now, because with the probability of we don't have them that often, forest fires, this thing is very undependable. So it needs to be replaced. Instead of next year, it needs to be replaced this year, because last time I checked, it didn't halfway run. And there's very little, you can't get parts for it, that's the problem.
It has its days, sir.
It has his days.
We appreciate your concern.
Yes. Yeah, I'm the one that's usually driving it, and I don't want to get stuck out there.
Well, if you knew how to drive in mud and all,
In mud and stuff has nothing, it's like a tank. It'll go through mud. But just getting there, and when you get there, you want to be able to put water on the fire, and a lot of times we can't do that.
Well, you make a lot of valid points. I'll tell you, but the one thing that does concern me the most is that truck doesn't even have a registration. It doesn't have license plates.
Got one from the
So-
federal government.
Yeah.
pull Don over next time he gets in it.
Yeah. So,
Don't.
any questions?
Military never worried about registration.
No.
anyway.
No, they don't care. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Ms. Collins and Steve, you're more than welcome to come up too.
I'm cheerleading, she does the work. I'm just back here going, yay, combat, yay, combat.
You gonna let Amy handle it, Steve?
He's got it.
He's there for me if I need him. All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't have nearly as much to say as either of the chiefs.
Amy, tell us who you
Oh.
are and your background so John will know you.
Hey, I'm Amy Kimes. We've met. I am the planning director for the Community Development Department. Just a quick little overview for you. Have the planning director, the building inspector, floodplain administrator, which is Steve. We have our administrative assistant, which is Ms. Sheila, who sits up front. We have our GIS technician, who is Rocco, who you may or may not have met. He can do a lot of really cool things on his computer. And then we have our code enforcement officer, who is Scott Hitchings, who I think most people have come across in the town. So kind of what we're responsible for, we provide all planning, zoning, minimum housing, floodplain administration, and building inspections to all properties within the town limits, as well as the ETJ. We facilitate the planning board, the zoning board of adjustment, the technical review committee, and then the minimum housing, if we have any of those, and citizen advisory committee, which is when you get a municipal ticket and you want to see about having that overturned, you can come to them on certain tickets. We provide GIS mapping services, including the parking map, the town asset map, the damage assessment map, and other maps as needed. We are working on some interactive online tools that we hope to put up pretty soon, where you'll be able to click on any road within the town. It'll tell you whether it's state, town, or private maintained. It'll give you the contact information if you have an issue with that road, so that in hopes it'll cut down on some of the calls, because that information will be out there. We also provide code enforcement of both the municipal and the zoning codes. So when you're looking at the ordinances, the chapters up front are the municipal, and appendixes A, B, and C are the zoning codes. So we do dabble in the municipal codes with the code enforcement. So my budget highlights, next slide, Jason. Next. I didn't know if that was in there or not. Next. Okay, so our budget is very simple and straightforward. We don't have, a ton of items in it. We don't have assets like a lot of the other departments. We have minimal assets. So I just picked the 3 main items that I'm requesting real changes on and put those in here as a quick highlight. On the contracted services line item, this is where we do any plan rewrites or anything like that, as well as our contract inspection. So I'll start with the contract inspection. That's pretty easy. We have one building inspector who, would like to maybe take a day off every now and then. And then we also have a few big plans that are teasing on the side of possibly coming through. So we're pretty slammed right now when it comes to building inspection with what we have, and we have a couple other things that may be popping up within the next year. So we do not anticipate a slowdown, even with kind of our sewer capacity questions right now. We have a project that may come through and may be providing their own sewer. So we may have an additional 500 or 600 units coming on within the next year or so. So we don't anticipate having any kind of slowdown. So we may need some additional help during that time. We had anticipated having our code enforcement officer take some of those classes and become at least level 1 certified. He is working on that, but with the implementation of the building registration program and the possible right-of-way program coming up this fall, he's gonna have to divert his attentions to those 2 programs, because they're major undertakings for our time of getting compliance in those programs, and that is his, number 1 focus. The other thing that I am asking for is the zoning ordinance update. So as we've talked about on a few different occasions, we're currently updating the comprehensive land use plan. So the comprehensive land use plan is required by CAMA, because we're in a CAMA county, so we have to have that. And then it's also required by legislation. The 160D legislation says that we must have an up-to-date land use plan. It does not define up-to-date, but our land use plan was in 2005. It does not include much of the area that has been brought into the town since then, and it also doesn't show a growth pattern for future growth. So our updated comprehensive land use plan is going to look at kind of the area that we could potentially serve with sewer if we receive additional sewer capacity, because that should be kind of our growth limits. Where can we provide our services? So this document is going to help guide our decisions outside of existing town limits. The appendixes A, B, and C were updated minimally when the 160D rules passed, because there were changes in those regulations that had to be put into effect at the time. So we did those. But we did not want to undertake the comprehensive land use plan and the ordinance update at the same time, because the comprehensive land use plan should drive the ordinance update. So again, this is not anything in those first chapters. This is only for appendixes A, B, and C. And this will be a 2-year program, and this request is for phase 1 of that zoning ordinance update. Then I've also added additional funds to the telephone, postage, printing, and advertising. The majority of this change, over time, we went from a complaint-based code enforcement to a more active code enforcement that is out, kind of doing things every day. And then with the addition of the right-of-way clearing policy, as we've discussed, there's going to be a big outreach portion in that, which is going to require mailers, an advertisement. We're going to do some public meetings. And then also, we are hoping that the flood maps will pass this year. And we will be sending out mailers to people who are affected by that. So we wanted to put in additional funds for that. And my last item is the capital outlay equipment. So we are requesting the replacement of 2 vehicles. We have 3 vehicles at this time. We have a 2018 Pathfinder, which is what Steve drives. We have a 2006 Ford Explorer that has had some issues, and we have a police hand-me-down, as so many people do. One of the things we're looking at with the police hand-me-down is it's an older car. It can't really be used. We do the damage assessment afterwards, after the hurricanes. I can't drive it on the beach, can't drive it through the water, can't even drive it down South Shore some days. But we're looking at a vehicle that we can use for that, that is reliable. We have the check engine light on right now. We know that the catalytic converter needs to be replaced and some other things, but we're kind of holding off to see. I don't want to put that money in if we're going to order a new vehicle, but if we're not, then obviously we'll go ahead and get that taken care of. But also when we're looking at the new drone that we're looking at sharing with James, that particular drone is, and its equipment is much larger than some of the ones that we currently have. We also have our GIS equipment that we may take out at the same time. So having a truck that we could actually put all of that stuff in the bed of the truck with a cover on it so that we could take it out and utilize it during, when we need it. And then Scott's vehicle, which is the 2006 Ford Explorer, it's had, transmission issues. It's just getting older. It's having issues. It continues to have issues. So just as the maintenance costs increase and continue to increase yearly, we just think it's time to replace that vehicle and quit, putting out that money that we could be using to pay for a new vehicle.
Can everybody hear what Amy's saying?
Oh, sorry. I talk low and fast.
Okay. It didn't sound like it was coming through the speaker, but.
Okay. So the 2 vehicles, the drone, James gave kind of a little bit on that. One of the things that we're looking at from the planning side is the resiliency of the town. One of those things is the king tides. If you notice, the king tides have increased, over the years. With the drone, we can fly it if it's not a super windy king tide like the December one, but as long as those winds are under 40, we can fly and start mapping all of these flooded areas. So when we're looking at resiliency and we're saying, well, it floods at such and such, well, we can have all of this information in front of us and we can show the pictures of the flooding. We can see where the flooding is. Well, I think it came up this high. Well, now we know it really came up that high. We're also asking for software as a part of that, and the software can do the calculations that, that James was talking about with the LiDAR, where we can tell you exactly how much dune we lost or gained. But it can also stitch together all of these images so that you can basically fly the whole beach so that you can see it. So after a king tide, we can see what was flooded and how high the floodwaters came. Damage assessment after a hurricane, that's one of the first things that can be deployed. And even from the ground after a hurricane, we can see what we can see, but some of these houses are 48 feet tall. We can't see the roofs. We can't see a lot of things. With the trees, we're not necessarily going to be able to see up there very well. So this drone is going to give, that quick overview. And one of the nice things about that is once we get that, we can post it. And if you are an off-island resident who wants to know, instead of calling and saying, hey, have you checked my house at 1701 South Shore? We can have this video out there where people can at least get a quick glance and see, oh, it doesn't look bad, or oh my goodness, that looks really bad. So that's kind of our thought on the drone. We can also use it, in planning and different things where we need updated aerials. Like when you look on Pender County GIS, very little of Waterside and Magnolia Reserve is in there. So if we need things with those subdivisions as they're building out, we would be able to provide that data, and we can provide it at lower level so that you can see it much more clearly. So those are the items that I am asking for today. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Try to look after Steve.
It's tough, but I try.
Just a portion of Powellville. If you're looking at where we budget for streets, sidewalks, and stormwater out of that account. So what's in there is 50,000 for sidewalks. Price will talk about the stormwater feasibility study, and then $100,000, which has increased 10,000 from last year in the maintenance and repair of streets, following along that pavement management plan for next year's implementation. And then you can see just the general supplies in there of street signs, cold patch, roadway markings if we need to do that, et cetera. Jody,
Okay.
I think we're ready.
All right. Well, my name is Jody.
Jody's up here.
My name is Jody Shepherd. I'm the Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Director, so I appreciate all of you letting me be here today. I appreciate the town manager and all of the other department heads for their assistance with helping me get through budget and continuously working on it over the next few weeks to get it to where it needs to be. So they have all been great team players, and I'm very excited to be a part of the team. So with that being said, the Parks and Recreation and Tourism Department, what we do is we enhance the quality of life for citizens and for visitors in the area. So we do this by our programs that we offer, some of those being recreation programs such as summer camp, athletic programs, special events, wellness, just to name a few. So we have a really fun job. So the first thing that you're gonna see up on my slides is you are going to see, we are speaking about athletics. So recently in March of 2022, a BOA was passed for an additional $38,179. So I'm asking for an additional $4,000 within that. So that's totaling out to $118,500. Because when going through this and fine-toothing it, I realized that we had missed where we needed to update some worn-out equipment. So this would give us the ability to update some soccer goals, not all of them, but about half of them this year. We've also seen the reason why we needed to increase this line is because we had such a large participation in our athletic programs. When we looked at Excel sheets and put together information from 2017 all the way to now, we saw a major increase of anywhere from 400 to 500 kids in some of our programs. So for instance, in soccer, we were seeing where we had like 482, and now we're sitting at almost 1,200 kids in that particular children's soccer program. So this would anticipate all of the participation in the programs, as well as the needs of the community, product costs from the vendors, official fees, and replacement, again, of that worn out equipment. So if anybody has any questions about official fees, we do try to stay in line with surrounding areas, but our official fees are much lower than other areas around us. So I don't feel like that's really a determining factor that's adding a lot of cost to that line. It's majorly the participation. All right, next. So with this increase in participation, I am asking for 2 new full-time positions. One of those will be an athletic coordinator that would work underneath the athletic supervisor. Currently, we do not have a full-time position under that person. We have 2 part-time positions. So we have a part-time position that's been with us for about 3 years, and then we have another one that has been vacant since November 2021. We have been unable to fill it. So I gave us some notes under here saying since 2017, we've had 11 turnovers in that particular part-time position. So we're hoping with a full-time position, we would be able to accommodate and continue to give a higher level of service than what we're currently able to give at this point in time with the amount of participants that we have in the area. So we have the opportunity to get rid of that part-time position and utilize it towards this new full-time position. And then I'm also asking for a special event coordinator. That person would roll under my old position. We are seeing a major increase in the events that we do in our area. So since I've worked in that position the last 3 years, our events were bringing anywhere, our smaller events, so not 3rd of July, not tree lighting, those smaller events were pulling anywhere from like 300 to 500 people. Well, looking at our numbers from last year, those smaller scale things are pulling anywhere from 15 to 2,500 people. Just Bridge Jam last year, we, off of the information we received from the police department and some of the information of using our clickers, we were guesstimating between 25 and 3,000 people that were coming through that event. We saw a huge increase this year of 3rd of July, the amount of people that came out to that event. So it would definitely be beneficial to have an extra person that would go under that position. Yes, sir.
Okay, would this position just be taking your position that you had before?
No, sir. It would go under my position. So we would keep my current position of the special event coordinator. And my hopes is that would turn into a supervisor position. And then this coordinator position would fall under that. I believe some of that information had to go through some of the salary with the salary consultant. I'm not 100% aware where we are with that. But there were some questions about my position.
Okay, so there would be 2 people in special events.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because currently, right now, with me as the director, we have 8 positions. That includes my old position that are full-time. And then we have 4 part-time positions that we're currently utilizing and 2 part-time positions that are vacant. So my plan would be to remove those 2 part-time positions, utilize that money to fund 1 full-time position, and then I would be asking for additional monies for that additional full-time person. Okay. Any other questions with that? Okay.
Okay.
And with both of those positions, we would have the ability to increase our nights and weekend staffing needs. We would have the opportunity to expand the community center hours. With the new park that we're currently working on, we know that that's going to increase the need for what we need on that side. And then the main thing right now of what we're seeing is we're really wanting to ensure the quality of staff for our services, because we don't want our programs to suffer. I don't want athletics to suffer. I don't want special events to suffer. I really feel like this will strengthen our department. So I really ask that you take the time and look at it, and if there's any way we can bend the numbers to make that happen, I definitely think that's the direction we need to go to. Next one. So with this, I just kind of stated on there, fee increases, recommendations have been submitted. We are still in the works of finalizing some of that information. That information will go to our next RAC meeting, so that way they'll have the opportunity to look at it. Over the last week, I've had the opportunity to work with Rocco and look at where those percentages of people are coming from. So since we have such an increase in athletics, we needed to look at that and see if they're coming from Surf City or if they're coming from outside of Surf City. Well, what we're finding is right at 75% of these participants are coming from outside of Surf City residents.
And
so
you said what percentage again?
right at 75.
I knew what it was, but anyway, I wanted you to repeat.
Right at 75. So with that being said, we are now looking at changing the fees that were recently submitted for athletics and possibly doing a resident and non-resident fee. That would also increase our revenue line on that side. Oh, and I forgot to mention, so our current revenue line for athletics, we're currently sitting at $148,400 as of this morning. So we're still staying in that $16,000 to $18,000 discrepancy between the two revenue and expenditure line. So there's the possibility for additional increase in revenue by doing that as well. That will hopefully support that expenditure line. But we're still looking at some fees. Please understand that my budget for Parks and Recreation, I feel like it is kind of complex because there's a lot of lines. We have 630, 620, 621. So we have 2 tourism sections and then 1 Parks and Recreation section. So a lot of these lines are combined with facilities and grounds because when it was all one department, we are working on cleaning that up and separating some of those out, as well as you'll see that some of my lines say Parks and Recreation use 50% of this, or they use 40% of this, and the rest was facilities and grounds. So we're still working on cleaning those up. Myself, Kyle, and Chris are working together. So hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll have that more final. Like I said, a lot of things will be going through RAC in the next meeting to get approval before we bring it back to you for final asking. So is there any questions that I have from anybody off just the information that I presented?
Anybody got any questions?
Okay. Well, if you do, or you decide that you need to ask me something later, please come, and I'll do my best to answer for what I
I'm sure
have.
before we get everything approved, you'll probably have some.
I probably will, but you know where to find me.
Good job, Jody. Good job.
Thank you, Jody. All right, let's see,
We're ready for Mr. Price.
right, he put his coat back on too. He didn't
Yeah.
want to lose any money
Yeah.
not having the coat.
Can't lose any money. That's right.
Appreciated, Mayor, Council, for the opportunity. I went through each of the divisions. The utility department is a. I apologize.
He knows.
Council member, David Price, Director of Public Utilities. The utility department is a large department with a lot of responsibilities. And we'll go through them, and I'll break down the individual divisions as we go through there. To start off with, utility department consists of 4 main divisions. Oh. You got a different PowerPoint than I do?
There you go.
Yeah, he took out one aside. 4 main divisions: administration, water treatment, wastewater treatment, and collections and distribution. In addition to these 4 main divisions, utility department also manages 2 portions of the general fund. This is the Powell Bill stormwater line items and the public works line items. Major themes, inflation, unfortunately. The utility price index is the best estimation of inflation as it affects us. In 2021 alone, they had a 7% increase on everything. For county numbers, going from 21 to 24, we're expecting a 40% increase in that time. Training and travel. These line items are increased to encourage training and advancement through the ranks of the utility department. Through attrition, people leaving, going other places. We've consolidated a lot of our city certifications in senior staff. This leaves the town vulnerable as staff retires, moves on. The next generation is not going to have the certifications they need to lead. So we've really beefed up the training and travel line items on most of these individual divisions. Several line items associated with a particular budget remain the same due to projects not being executed. Once we saw the inflation numbers really start to climb, we started to reel back some of our projects. We wanted to make sure that we had enough to perform the basic functions of the town, water quality, sewer treatment, customer service. So a lot of the other projects that we could have limited, we did. That's not only because of inflation, but also supply chain issues. A lot of stuff we could not get. We're still waiting on a dump truck that's scheduled for May now. We got a pickup truck that we ordered last July. We have no idea when it's going to get here. No communication whatsoever. That's just the honest truth. That's just the world we live in right now. So a lot of these line items you'll see that have fixed the amounts of last year. Those funds were not spent in this year's budget. We're just carrying those over in the hopes that we get those jobs done this year. The administration division consists of 3.5 employees. The 0.5 employee is Mike Rocco, which we share with planning department. Manage the billing, personnel, long-range and short-range planning, GIS, data entry related work. The major changes to the division's budget are listed below. Contracted services, this increase to pay for the consulting firm that we are using, and they're very good. They've done a lot of good things for us. Training and travel, like I mentioned before. Supplies increase a small amount due to inflation. The water treatment plant consists of 1 employee with 2 other employees from other divisions beginning to cross-train in this fiscal year. The division manages the treatment of all surface city water, maintenance of the SCADA system, that's our communication system between all of our infrastructure, and the maintenance and infrastructure associated with the treatment plant itself. The water treatment plant changes are increased in training, like I said. Maintenance of vehicles increased a little bit. We have a 2006 Ram that the operator uses. It's getting old. It's having some problems. So it's just to keep it running. And supplies and chemicals increased due to inflation. Capital outlay water treatment plant increased to pay for a bypass around sand filters. We're replacing the green sand filters now. It's part of the maintenance cycle. It's going to improve a lot of iron problems that are out in town. But what we've noticed is when we do this, it's going to be done every 10 to 12 years. Our water production is cut in half. That is a big problem that we didn't notice before we tackled this project. So the idea is to spend some money to cut a bypass in. That way, if something happens to the filter, we can still provide 100% of the water the plant can produce at all times. This comes in for fire flow situations mainly. We want to make sure that we can supply the fire department with everything they need. The loan payment items decreased due to the water treatment plant is paid off now, so we're no more payments on the water plant. So that line actually decreased. The wastewater treatment plant consists of 4 employees and is responsible for treating all of Surf City's wastewater and maintaining the land associated with the facility. Contracted services increased to pay for more sludge hauling. As treats more water, more sludge is increased, and we want to make sure that we maintain the same water quality that we've been producing for environmental reasons, but it also helps justify expansions in the future. Maintenance repair treatment plant increased to install soft starts on the motor center control. I go into detail if you like about that. It's exercise. If we get soft starts, it's easier on the equipment starting up and shutting down. Also, our UV's getting a little bit older, and we got a new disc filter. So those parts increased to maintain those. Part of our expansion project. The maintenance and repair of spray fields increased due to inflation. Same thing with supplies. Capital outlay facility increased to pay for rehabilitation of headworks and transfer station. This is a metal pipes do not like that environment. It's very hydrogen sulfides everywhere. So this is to go ahead and strip them down and coat them before they become inoperable. Capital outlay equipment was increased purchase for a new tractor and gator. A new tractor is a supplement of older model, a 2004 Massey Ferguson. It's kind of hit and miss. It's not to the point of being surplus yet, and we will look at surplusing it, but if we're waiting close to a year on a dump truck, I don't want to think about how long we have to wait for this tractor. So we want to go ahead and get it in, make sure it's good before we talk about surplus an old one. Wastewater treatment plant is asking for additional employee to assist with increased workload due to additional influent. As many of you know, we are approaching our operational capacity. Plant's going as fast as it can. Got a lot of fields out there to maintain. In order to allow people to utilize their time off, that extra person would help and get them trained up. That way they can step in and ease the burden. Collections and distribution. These are the guys you usually see out in town. Consists of 7 employees and maintains all infrastructure that does not involve plant operation. This includes 52 pump stations, 5 wells, 3 water towers, 4,100 water services, 4,400 sewer services, and approximately 120 miles of line. The major budget changes are we're increasing our contracted services to see about upgrading the fire department lift station. There was an issue there a while back that, well, it caused a problem. So we'd like to avoid that in the future and go ahead and see what we can't do to fix it. This won't pay for the actual construction, but it will pay for the engineering and design. Training and travel, of course. Maintenance of equipment, increase to establish a maintenance contract for remaining utility department generators. Generators are very hard to keep running. Originally, when they were all installed, they were under a maintenance contract. My predecessor made the decision to take them off a contract. We've been slowly reestablishing that contract. That helps us keep them running. It also helps James in emergency management situations because there's a document trail showing that that thing is maintained, how many hours you use, so on and so forth, for reimbursement reasons. Maintenance repair of hydrants line item is kept the same. We do have several, about a third of our hydrants are from the 1969 to 1974 timeframe. They need to be replaced. The plan was to buy this piece of equipment last year. It's very expensive. We held off on that just for inflation concerns. It is our intention to go ahead and purchase that this year. Maintenance repair water towers increased to reflect the new maintenance contract. Utility services / Suez takes care of that for us. Price went up on that. Fuel and supplies went up due to inflation. Cap outlay vehicle to purchase a duty truck with a side boom. This has been on the wish list for a while. We've held off on it for a while. The boom truck is the main device we use to pull pumps, but what we're finding into a lot is with 52 pump stations operational, sometimes you need to pull 2 pumps at once. You know, have one crew on one side of town, another crew on the other side of town. Also, what we found out recently is when that truck needs to get maintenance, it's a big truck, it needs to get maintenance often, we're out of luck. So this would be a supplement to that. It will provide another vehicle to be F-350 or the equivalent of Dodge or Chevy or whoever's under state contract at the time. But it'll have a side-mounted boom on it. That way, guys could pull pumps even if the boom truck is occupied, Christmas, for example, whatever the case may be. Capital outlay and equipment is a continued SCADA integration program that got held off this year. But the idea is to go ahead and continue to upgrade our older 1988 stations to this new system. It saves money in the long run because you no longer have a phone bill, and it gives us more reliable data. The loan payment increased due to the AMI project, dump truck, and chipper. Dump truck, of course, is not on there yet, but we're anticipating. The backhoe and the boom truck are holdovers from 3 years ago now. General fund line items, public works building line items. These are used for the property that us and Fields and Grounds, or Facilities and Grounds, share. It's also known as the Public Works Center. The only change is a slight increase to the public works supplies, cover the inflation on replacing the stone parking lot. We wanted to do that last year. We assumed that the general fund was having the same trouble we were with inflation, so we decided to scale that back and make sure we had enough money for everybody. Maintenance repair of storm drainage line item in the PAL bill. It helps pay for the town-owned stormwater systems. This line was increased slightly to pay for the stormwater feasibility study that was recently awarded 2 weeks ago, I believe. So that is already underway.
When will that be back, you think?
The completion, according to their RFQ, they're planning it to be at the end of the year. And we worked with the company before. Can we release that name or?
They're still developing the overall scope of the project, WK Dixon.
Yeah.
So we, Price and who else did you have with you to review those?
Me, Steve, Ms. Kimes, and yourself.
So they reviewed the proposals that came in and went with WK, and we met with them to kind of go over what we were looking for. They will start working that into an actual scope and then potential award for the actual contract to be done. But that, we wanted that to be really our holistic feasibility study of the entire town, excluding the southern portion of the island, because that was covered in the prior DOT partnership. So looking forward to that, and I think that's going to be a multi-year plan. Yeah. And one of those projects that we are setting ourselves, in my opinion, ahead of the curve for this funding that continues to come down. As we know, water and wastewater grants through the rescue plan and things of that are generally geared towards distressed units or low-income communities. But for the first time in probably a long time, the state will have some stormwater funding, and we really hope to be able to capture.
That's what I was hoping, that we could get into that.
Absolutely. So we hope to capture that, and I think one thing that we certainly have learned over the last couple of years is having projects to a point where there's a preliminary cost estimate tied to it is really the key to being able to leverage those additional funds. So I think we had a pretty good meeting, and they've got some finance specialists as part of their team. I think that'll give us a really good product to review. So excited about that project.
Yeah, they're always looking for shovel-ready products.
That's right. That's right. Sorry, Price. I mean,
no, it's all good.
All right, we just wanted to take part of your time.
Yeah.
add 10 minutes to his time.
Capital improvement projects. Utility department keeps a 10-year CIP. His schedule of projects change on a regular basis as funding opportunities arise. Well 6 is a prime example of that. We got awarded a strata funding. It's a loan with 25% forgiveness, so we moved that up on the list to take advantage of that. So this 10-year schedule you see now might be different next month. It changes a lot. Brine discharge, we are currently underway for that. That began in 2021. Planned completion in 2024. High rate infiltration, same date. Reuse system, we are beginning the feasibility study on that. We actually started it in 2021. So subaqueous crossing and well 6, those two jobs are tied together, but at the same time frame. The master plan discharge project, that is scheduled between 2021 and 2027. We're currently working on that. The wastewater treatment plant fence, we're looking to get that done this budget year. And if you need any more information on any of these projects, please let me know. The tractor, which you've seen in the budget, the SCADA upgrade, that's 23-24. Mobile bypass generator, 2025. Radio communication system, which James already mentioned. I have it in here in case he can't get it done. Eventually we will. It's a very important asset that we had. It kept us alive during Florence, figuratively, not literally, but it allowed us to keep working when we had no cell phones.
Right.
That really showed its use. We've been working with James to try to get this done a while. So hopefully he could work it out. If not, by 2025 we'll work something out, one way or the other. Sarge Martin Pump Room, 25-26. The main island lift stations, of both island and on the mainland, need to be rehabbed, especially the island. It's old, and hydrogen sulfide likes to eat concrete. So That will need to be done sooner or later. We do have a little bit more time on that, but we need to start planning for it. Is that all you all got?
Revenue line side, yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
The utility department is unique in a way because we're separate from the general fund. All of our income comes from fees and rates. As such, we keep a much closer eye on it. Utility department maintains a rate model as a companion and counterbalance to the MCSJ system, which our finance system uses. We've kept it up for several years now. Last year, the model had a revenue prediction of 5.2 million approximately. MCSJ had us predicted at 5.8 based on actual earnings. So due to all the development, we are surpassing our revenues year after year, which is needed because all these new homes they cost. Services need to be provided. The 22-23 model results, what we did, we subtracted 10% for a margin of error and kept all service-based fees static for a predicted revenue of 6.4 or 6.5, close to it. The reason why this methodology was selected is in the event of an economic downturn. We don't want to think our blessings are going to continue to grow like they have been and count for that. So we're assuming that if building stops on July 1 and we take 10% off our revenue, this is how we got to 6.5. I believe that's all I have. Can I answer any questions?
Yeah, a lot of people probably don't realize that the utility fund is a separate budget. So in other words, water and sewer has to pay for itself.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't come out of the general tax that you pay in, so he's got to keep his stuff working right.
Yes, sir.
And make it pay for itself, so it's, you know, I've heard a lot of people say, you know, when they see work being done on water and sewer, they say, well, there goes my taxes, it's going up again. No, your taxes can't pay for it, so you have to pay for it when you pay for the water and sewer.
Yes, sir.
All righty. Anybody got any questions for,
I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Mayor, that does conclude our departmental overview. They do a lot of excellent work in preparing their budgets, and they know their budgets, and I think are doing a good job at anticipating the needs in again, like I said, not just this upcoming fiscal year, but beyond that even. And you know, one major theme I certainly am picking up on is that there's multiple crossover responses. I think we heard that police, fire, utilities of needing to potentially do the same job in two separate locations at the same time. So building some redundancy into our system. I wanted to go over just real quick essentially our payoff schedule for any outstanding debt. And I'll just focus on the general fund. So as mentioned prior, the town carries very minimal debt, and that was generated through that issuance of debt in 2013 for Town Hall, which will be taken care of this year. We have a 2012 fire rescue truck, which that payoff date will be July of 2023, so one more year of that. And then the police department PD station, which will be completed January. Actually, we had already just made that payment in January of 2022. So that came off the rolls for carrying any debt as far as the town is concerned out of our general fund. Right. So again, you know, your total liability is really down to $118,000 in outstanding debt, which is fantastic. And, one thing that Dave and I started talking about was, how do we develop some long-term policy, fiscal policy, to not just roll that encumbrance into operating budgets, but setting that aside for year over year for reserve, so that we can address capital improvement items on a more accelerated rate, as opposed to just relying on growth in tax base or sales tax or occupancy tax to cover those things. So look out for some of those policies. We're going to start reviewing those and bringing other departments into those discussions, so that we can really start focusing on fiscal policy outside of just our overarching purchasing policy. So I did want to share that with you. Real quick, the tax value on a penny has gone up, where that was about $150,000, $155,000. That's gone up to about $170,000 with the growth that we have occurred. And then the grants, we talked about it at last council meeting, and it's still on my to-do list, but I have compiled all that. Department heads have sent me all the information, and I'll be prepared to share what the pennies on that really equate to in really impacting our budget. So again, just a lot of good work, a lot of needs out there from departments, and as I mentioned to start this off, we have two known major projects that we want to address, and really it's going to be filling that gap or the delta, and making difficult decisions. And I think department heads certainly understand that and are going to be flexible in this budget process, but focusing on service delivery and where we can increase services to our residents, we certainly want to do that. So do you have everything line item expenditures? I hate that Dave couldn't be here. He had a planned trip this week, and when we switched over our times, so he's actually out of the country, and I relieved him of his duties to be available. I just didn't know what time we would be able to get to him today, but he's doing a good job at all the revenue projections. We have our information from both Onslow and Pender County on our ad valorem taxes, looking at sales tax, looking at accommodation tax, fees, to compile all of that revenue and that difference. And as I mentioned, we've already calculated that and really know where we're going to be working at. So we'll continue to work on this. This is where, really where we get started with the down and dirty, and getting a budget presented and prepared for council and for our town. And I will say, in looking at the budget and the requests, we don't anticipate a tax increase, to correspond with these requests, or water and sewer fee increases. Just to sort of caveat on Price's comments, they're doing a really good job at predicting what their rate model is going to generate for revenue to complete the tasks they're doing. But unless there's any specific questions that you have for me today, you have the information to digest. Please let me know if you have specific questions that we can answer. And we'll continue to refine this, and I will plan on bringing it up at our April council meeting, and then also our April work session that will continue with this. So
we just basically what we're doing now is getting a list of what we've got to work on, right?
That's right. That's right. You have the I think I heard the term wish list, and multiple times from our department heads, but really, those are operational needs that they've identified. They're not toys by any means that they're trying to purchase, and I think again they've done a good job at trying to justify those. And just trying to set priority for our funding will be the challenge. So,
right. Just brought to my attention some people here about the shellfish, so we might let Teresa go ahead and talk about that now.
Before we break for.
Yeah, before we go eat.
Because I know there are several here that have been like patiently sitting through this, this discussion.
But look how much they've learned.
I know it. They're really smart now. You want to go to that slide that we have for shellfish leases?
Jason, can you, do you want to pull up the interactive map, or do you want to pull up the marine fisheries?
Maybe the interactive map that shows the amount of leases
Okay.
in our area on DEQ.
Well, give me just 1 second.
Did James hear us talk?
Yeah, I've got to pull it up on my computer,
Oh,
and
you gotta
then
pull it up on your computer.
and then I'll be able to project.
Are these all active leases?
What he's gonna pull up is gonna show, active proposed, the bottom.
These are just bottom leases though, right?
Well, some of them are proposed column leases.
All right.
Some of them are existing column leases. So this was brought to our attention a few months ago, from local residents, recreational fishermen, commercial fishermen, that are just concerned with the amount of leases that could possibly be coming in our area. And I want to start off by saying there's, I live here, you've lived here, people come to vacation here from everywhere for many reasons. One of those being good food, and good food includes oysters. I eat fried oysters, steamed oysters, probably a couple times a month. That's just, a way of life here. And a lot of times when you get up and you smell that smell, you say, oh, that's some good oyster mud smell in some mornings that you get up. So by no means am I discouraging oyster leases. I'm just wanting us to all be on the same page as far as what has been brought to our attention. So if you can see the map, a lot of these are very old leases that have been here for many years. The blue are bottom leases, if you can see them, and then the green are proposed leases, right? I can't see that far. Can you see that far?
Yeah, so these are already existing in the darker green down here, if you can see where my mouse is. Those are existing water column leases. And then any proposed application, the nearest one looks like is across the intercoastal from 6th Street, 7th Street. Those are
proposed.
These are proposed. Yep, it's the lighter green with the sort of dash.
Right.
And I can zoom in, but that's what they look like. And then the blue that you see on this map are already existing bottom leases.
So, when it was originally brought to our attention, I think there was 8 proposed column leases that were up around the village of Stump Sound, which is around Bermuda Island, right there. So, a lot of homeowners were very disturbed that there could potentially be water column surrounding that entire island to where they could not navigate for kayaking, canoeing, charter fishing, so forth. And then in one conversation that we had with marine fisheries, no, it wasn't marine fisheries, it was it? Yes. There was possibly some talk about boat houses, barges that could have potential boat houses sitting beside these column leases for them to start cleaning their oysters. And that's when I started receiving quite a few calls from local residents basically stating, I just bought, a $1.5 million house on the sound side, and now I'm going to have a boathouse, possibly in front of my house. I thought I was going to have this beautiful sunset view, forever. Now, I'm always the first one to say, nothing lasts forever, especially with someone's view, because they'll look out and they'll say, oh, I can see the ocean right through there. I was like, well, it might not be there, in a couple years. That house could be torn down, something else can be built back. But a lot of times when you live on the sound side, you think that nothing can be built in the water, in the water in front of you. So it has raised a lot of concerns. And after talking to, Cody and Connor, I'm sorry, I don't know, Keith, I know Cody and Connor, they have no intentions of floating docks, boathouses.
Well, they have not been approved yet.
They haven't been approved.
People don't need to worry.
Right. They haven't been approved, but it is something that needs to stay on the radar that, before, everything in blue there, could everything in blue potentially turn into a water column? That is a question that's yet to be, that's unknown. So it's basically just a discussion item to let our residents be aware of what could and how many proposed columns there are in our area right now. And everybody that is basically Bogue Sound, Core Sound, New Hanover County have put a moratorium on these leases. But if Cody or if we can give them a chance just to, can we give?
Can we have them?
If one of you, if one of y'all want to
speak?
unite.
Okay. One of you come up here and speak about it.
Don't be bashful.
One of you
One
Come
of
on,
you.
Cody.
up here.
Come up here.
Come up here.
Okay.
Okay. Pass it off, pass it off.
Turn that mic on.
Right here?
Yeah, there you go.
Cool. Well, I gotta say I'm like a little bit excited and a little bit nervous to be up here. So I've always wanted to oyster farm. When I was 8 years old, my uncle got me into oyster farming and surfing on the same day. Taught me all about the water quality that comes from farmed oysters. I don't know if you guys know this, but an individual farmed oyster cleans 50 gallons of water per day. So like a small operation like a few of us that we have here in Surf City, like there's a few million gallons of water per day that can be filtered. And grew up on the Chesapeake, loved fishing, loved crabbing as much as I could, but I saw that steep decline in water happen. So I got, really into this. So I'm, part super into shellfish because I love selling them, but I'm more into really clean water. What I think what we're all about is preserving coastal heritage and still having a good, awesome American seafood. So, I founded this company 5 years ago with my now wife and my younger brother. It's my full-time job. I have one other full-time. I have 2 young kids and 3 part-time employees. We grow and sell oysters direct to restaurant and direct to customer. We work with some of the best raw bars around the nation, and we brand our oysters as the Dukes of Topsail Sound and Divine Pines, and really teach the area and the lesson about our water quality. We sell to San Francisco, Atlanta, DC, and Wilmington. We work with top connoisseurs around the nation. In 2020 alone, we were featured in Garden and Gun magazine, 35 best oysters in the South, and the Chef and Restaurant magazine, top 4 craft oysters in the nation. So aside from just looking at all of that, the economic benefit that comes in from supporting oyster aquaculture and what this town could get behind would be increasing land value for everybody, increasing the slow times of the year when it's fall and there's not a lot of tourism. I mean, that could be oyster farm tourism where people are coming from around the nation or even around the world to experience a green gill oyster that only grows here in North Carolina and in France. And in France, they go for $13 an oyster. And I like I sell them and I try to teach that history about
You don't want $13.
I want 13, I'll tell you what. But if I can hook you up if you still want oysters, I'm just saying. But I can definitely understand the concerns, and I think that we're all here to say that, like, we want it to all be accessible, and I hope that this can just be an open conversation that we can all build the farms together, to which it's stuff that the public can use, stuff that we can use, but also an identity. Like, it could be part of our identity, and I really think that we could drive more, like more economic beneficiaries off of that, and I know Keith can talk more about the maps and what's going on in Stump Sound. He's very educated on all that type of stuff, but most of us farmers are not looking for user conflict issues. Like, it's the last thing we ever want, ever. And like, that's why we have the public hearings. When you go to start these water column leases, I saw that we have so many awesome resources that come ahead of a water column being approved that would allow for any of these conversations to happen before anybody just goes and puts anything out there, because it is all of our resources, but we're out here to do something good, and the state has been able to stand behind that over the last 4 to 5 years. So I think it's beneficial for for this city to get behind what the state has been getting behind. If you guys have any questions, I can just kind of answer.
I think what started all of this was the sheds.
Right.
That they are putting out into Sound. And, I mean, they've got all kind, and they've got some in some places. I'm not sure that they're really legal yet.
Right.
And they don't know, I'm on the CRC.
Yeah.
And supposedly we regulate them, but we're not regulating them, so we don't know who is doing that. And, but that doesn't mean everybody's gonna be able to do it and get away with it, because
Right.
somebody's gonna start regulating them.
Right.
But my problem is what I see, if you've got one out in the middle of Pamlico Sound, I don't think anybody's gonna pay any attention to it.
Right.
But we don't have that big a area here, even if you go up to, the river up here. Mm-hmm. There's not that much area. So I don't think it's a problem to bring your oysters back to shore.
Right.
And do the work there.
Yeah.
So you don't have a building sitting out in the middle.
And I think,
as far as I'm concerned, bottom leases don't concern me at all. And they've been there forever, and nobody's ever paid any attention to them.
Right.
And now water column leases, you may have to watch where you put those a little more, to keep, because a boat can't go through that area. So, that's one thing you got to look out for there. But, if we can get it across that we're not gonna have floating houses out in the Sound, I don't think that we'll have the problem with the oyster
right.
leases.
Right.
So, that's my opinion, and that's worth,
Right.
Maybe a half a cent, something
Right.
like that.
No, that totally makes a ton of sense. We were lucky enough to buy a piece of property like 3 years ago before everything's gotten like insanely expensive, and like not just the land, but building materials and everything as well. So we just got to a point in which we can, put all that stuff on land and start going that way. And I think that's every farmer's goal, because nobody wants their equipment out there during a hurricane. Nonetheless, like, your most expensive piece of equipment would be that sorting and grading material. So nobody's gonna do that, and nobody's gonna wanna do that. I don't think that, I personally don't think that there would be a lot of trouble working out not having permanent barges out there. Personally, I'm trying to grow all the oysters that I can, so if I have something out there, then it affects that amount of area. So doing that. The bottom column thing, I mean, like, an oyster growing on the bottom has a 1 in 10,000 chance of surviving. and that's without any rainfall or pollution from overdevelopment and stuff like that. So on a bottom column lease, you can probably make a small amount of money for one person every year, but we, like I said, I grow 500,000 oysters. I have an economic, survey up here from South Carolina in which they looked at a farm that grew 1 million oysters, and there were 130 jobs supported and 8.7 million total output from farm investment to, restaurants like Shuck and Shack and everything in between, So bottom column's just not gonna grow oysters. They don't grow very good oysters either.
Right.
Oysters don't really like that. So that's just kind of like more of the problem with like water column versus bottom column. But I do think that Surf City and, topsoil in general, while we've been farming, I mean, I cater for all the people behind me. They love the oysters. We sell oysters to them all the time. The first time I actually set up 5 years ago, somebody came around in their kayak. Our oyster farm is, fishable by 4 sides. Usually a lot of the recreational fishermen and charter fishermen use my lease as a good example because it's got 20-foot pathways in between, and I have 10 feet of bags. So even my lease itself is only 50% gear, and as well as my lease is 13 acres of a 200-acre area. So I'm 7% of this area, and I'm only putting 3.5% of gear into there, and it's very fisher friendly. But somebody came around and they just started buying oysters from us, and ever since then, my local community has been like one of my best customers. And we go to the farmers market. We're building a retail space back behind over here, in which I'm actually about to invite everybody to a ribbon cutting ceremony. So we'll get another chance to talk here. Here we go. But yeah, I'm ready to just be more active in the community too. I really think that this was just a great opportunity to come talk.
Can I ask you a question?
Most definitely.
On the lease that you lead, or the columns, talking about the column leases, are there any guidelines from the state on how many you can do and how far apart they can be? Or is that something that the group as a whole, will you decide on your own?
So we have legal laws that it has to be navigable, like to anybody. So although it's marked that there is a lease, like if you're confident in your ability to navigate, maybe you don't do that at midnight, but you can, you can easily, it's legal that we all have to pass through there, and none of us could operate our leases if you couldn't drive the boat in between the gear. If you just did a huge grid of gear, then you'd have to park on the outside and walk in and walk out. And it just doesn't make sense. You would want to move in between your gear, all of our boats, and move in between the gear. So it's like that's part of the lease program, and you have to like do a 3-part map about how close you are to navigable waters, like how far you are from developable shoreline, how close you are to any natural grasses and any type of stuff like that, and then you nail out what type of bags you use, what it's going to look, and you have to line it all out and show them ahead of time before any of this is approved, and that's in like the 10-year renewal. And then once a year, every year we do an aquaculture operational permit in which all that those guidelines go through again, and you restate all that, and that's a once-a-year thing. So there's a 10-year cycle, one of those, and a 1-year cycle, one of those.
Any height limit on your columns?
Height limit? I don't think they do that because people float gear. We don't do that. We have like a fixed adjustable line. So when the tide goes up over it, the gear is not visible anymore. But I don't think they do that because the floating gear would not allow for that.
So if I could summarize basically what you said, you think the oyster industry is great. When I don't disagree, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to familiarize here. Great for the community. It's great tourism attraction as well, and I'll try to incorporate that into tourism to bring more people in to see and understand how oysters go. But the problem may be the shacks that's going to be built out there. And if we could do away with that or assure there was no shacks out there, or if a moratorium was put on the shack but not the oyster itself, you wouldn't have a problem with that. Would that be basically generalizing what you're saying?
I think that it's going up for whether they're going to approve these shacks or not. So when it comes to the jurisdiction of that company to say whether they approve them or not, I think that would be the easiest way to go about it. Putting moratoriums on things, I think, are just like hard, scary words. I don't want to see a moratorium on water columns or anything like that. That would be, like, I think, detrimental to a lot of people's oyster farming, not just us. But and like I said, these can be done without any user conflicts.
That's why I was summarizing the question. Don't have a problem with the columns, but the shacks.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be taken care of for too long, so, and I'm just one of 9 on the CRC, but my opinion is that I think you've got to have an open enough area to where, you know, it won't be that visible.
Right.
And that you're not close enough to where you can very easily work on shore.
Right.
You know, so, of course, I don't know who designed that thing to start with. I mean, they've done some designs and said where you could have
Right.
floating structure.
Yeah.
But there's nobody to permit the floating structure.
Right. Right.
So they can't have them anyway. And, like we said last time, you know, the guy said, well, y'all just leave it alone, let us do what we want to. Somebody is going to
Oh, yeah.
going to monitor it. And, you know, whether it be the Coast Guard or whether it be the fisheries or whether, and fisheries doesn't want anything to do with it, I can tell you that, because it'll be a fight, ever who does do it. And so anyway, but
Doug,
I'm going to let Teresa say what she's got to say, and I agree with
I have a question. Where's the moratoriums at right now on this? Who's not wanting to do this? What cities?
What?
You said there were.
New Hanover County doesn't allow it.
Yeah,
Okay.
New Hanover and Brunswick.
Yeah, and
There's
Brunswick.
none of them south of us.
So I have a question. Does that force, by us continuing to allow that process, does that force those people up this
Oh, yeah.
direction?
Yeah.
To do that? So will we be over inundated is my question? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just
gonna-
asking with that. Is that
Yeah, it's gonna push them up this way.
Do you
That already
feel that there
happened.
should be
We're
a
already
limit?
here. I don't think there's a, like, just to be clear, and Keith can talk about this already more, but we were all looking, I went to UNCW, I wanted to grow in Masonboro. I got an oceanography major, I did GIS, like, this is what I've always wanted to do. And then that whole thing happened, we came up here, but we're already all here. And I really do, like, I mean, as a person that does this a living, I'm out on the water all the time, and if you can pull up that map, I mean, there's not a lot of room left, and we're already here, so.
There's not much bottom
I
to-
couldn't see where many more people are gonna take up more bottom, like, or where many more poles are gonna go. I don't really see the point in barring and saying moratoriums, because I think that shows like a, you know, we go through a 10-year renewal process and all that type of stuff. So what would that do for us? Like,
Well,
are
it's
you
a
gonna
tough
come
d-
back and like try to take that away from me?
Let me just say, this is a tough discussion. Anyone for like Doug, who's self-employed, Teresa's self-employed, I'm self-employed, right? So we want people to be self-employed, be successful.
Right.
But we also don't want a mess in the same aspect, a cluster.
Right.
In the same aspect.
But, yeah, I don't think anybody's really, I know there's nobody here asking for moratoriums on oyster leases.
Okay.
Yeah, and as for the applications, I know we're like looking at Stump Sound, but I don't think there's any like actual applications in Surf City itself. Are there?
Well,
Yeah, there is. There's
I'm
some
thinking
right.
about it at $13 an oyster. I'm thinking about getting myself
come
started.
on.
I'm trying to figure a way to keep it
Yeah.
from getting the
Yeah.
$13 an oyster. Cause I'd have to quit eating, like I say, if it was. But, like I say, don't you think what really brought all this up was the houses?
It was the houses, and when, you know, all of a sudden there was 8 proposed around Bermuda Island.
Right.
You know, everyone was like, you know, well, how's anyone gonna, you know, come up to shore and enjoy
Right,
Bermuda
right.
Island anymore?
I think we can all definitely
So,
understand that's, and just like, I think that the DMF and the marine fisheries will do their job in making sure that those areas stay accessible, because that's what they're supposed to do. I knew personally that there were 2 applications on the other side of Stumps Island, on the mainland side of Bermuda, and those 2 applied for large areas and then immediately shrank their things, because that's what the public wanted. And we're all here, like I said, we're all here to play together,
Is there,
and we can all play nice.
like oyster, I'm just asking, are there like oyster farms besides you all that are established that are against this, or no? I'm asking, I don't
There
understand.
is
the-
nobody against this.
Okay, so there's
yeah.
no pre-oyster, like somebody has an oyster farm, they're not against this process.
No. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't really think there are many user conflicts with the leases that exist either. And like, that's kind of what I meant with the density, is like, I don't really think that you're gonna see many more pop up, because I don't think there's much more space. You'll just see, you know, people working harder, so.
Yeah.
I think that was the only concern, is just the density and the shacks that could possibly
Right,
pop up,
right.
you know?
I think we can all
That's
understand.
not been passed.
No, like I
No,
say,
it's
it's,
No, but there's been some of them that have been built and put out.
Oh.
Not
Yeah.
right here, but in other places. One man had a 2-story house. Did you ever see that?
I didn't, but I actually saw one at Sloop Point Boat Ramp like a weekend ago that was a hoot. I mean, it had a sink in it and everything. And I was like, where does
Really?
that thing go? He was like, Lee Island, but I move it so that nobody knows all the time. I was like,
Yeah. But anyway, there was one guy had a 2-story house. And he said, well, I got this to, work my oyster lease with.
really? On a
Yeah.
2-story house?
It was in,
I hadn't
up
seen
in,
that one.
In the Pamlico.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And, but I mean, and the house was pink, I think. So, I mean, it wasn't visible at all,
Crazy. That's interesting. I had not
But,
heard of that one. I'd known that
Anyway,
there was
and
one.
did you go to the CRC meeting?
I did, yeah, I did.
None of us really said a whole lot about it because we're not discussing what we are going to do. The only one that really spoke much about it was Braxton.
Right.
And, but he's the one that said, if we don't control it, then somebody is.
Well, right.
So, anyway, that's the point. And I
definitely
appreciate you coming.
we're here to work with you, not against you.
Right, exactly.
Awesome. Really glad to hear that. I really think that there's a ton of potential here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because her brother and her sons and all that, and I used to have oyster gardens, and it was too much work for me. I had to get.
Oh, yeah. I've been launching out of the end of Old Landing Road, and I've just been eating up all the history. I mean, there's just so much to it. Like, that's one awesome part about oysters is that they taste where they grow, but they really represent where they grow and everything at the same time, and wrapping up
do.
the history of everybody's family that, and so many that are here on, is really what it's all about.
Yep.
But, thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Agro-tourism to our farm. We'd love to invite you guys to the farms and see them, and see what we do, and see the poles, see the bags, see the gear, just see kind of what we do day to day. That's a resource that we have right at our fingertips, and we could, take you right there.
Is there oysters and lunch involved?
We can make it happen. Oh, yeah. Yeah, always. Yeah, we can make it happen.
Where are you located?
We have a farm in Topsail Sound, and we're Ghost Fleet Oyster Company. We're based out of Hampstead. But we do navigate the waters of Surf City going to our other lease as well. So,
Right.
And we're in Stump Sound, right across from Bermuda Island, so if you want to take a closer look at that area, we'd be happy to take you out there. I think most of the issue there happened because people were forced to move north, and certain rules constrained the creeks because of their narrow. You're not allowed to put a lease in certain creeks because they're too narrow. That area is wide open up there. It brought a lot more people up there, plus Stump Sound oysters are renowned in this area.
Oh, yeah.
And so when people started putting more leases on the backside of Bermuda Island most recently, because the front is already filled up, that's when I started hearing about conflicts. We've been up there for, almost 5 years now, and we talk to kayakers all the time. We're positioned in a way that we're out of everybody's way. We're on the backside of islands, not visible from the mainland side. So it really is a recent conflict up there, and I think it's come from those new leases on the backside. But that was all forced from overdevelopment in New Hanover and Brunswick County that, one, added pollutants to the water, which caused a lot of closures down there and forced people to look for cleaner water to farm their oysters.
Yeah.
But it also drove people north looking for wider open areas and less development. Unfortunately, the development has followed us, so we are now having these conflicts. But I'd be happy to take anyone around Stump Sound that wants to go up there, eat some oysters, and take a look. Thank you.
All righty, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, are we ready for a break now? Okay, let's take a break.
Everything gonna go all day.
Huh? Do what?
Everything's gonna go all day.
It looks like it.
All right, Mr. Mayor and council, getting on to our work plan items. The first one is I was approached by essentially a representative of Piedmont Natural Gas. And what you can see on the screen on the TV here is, and I'm glad it shows it, but this is an old lift station that was abandoned by the town, but it's a 20 by 20 parcel that the town owns when we did have that in operation. Essentially,
Get up there at Lowe's.
it's in front of Harris Teeter over there. They're requesting a temporary construction easement and then to roll into a perpetual easement of 5 feet in depth of that parcel, and then for the 20 feet in length. The documentation that they had provided was based on a valuation of $117,000 an acre. The total amount that would be requested for this easement is a very small fraction of an acre, which equates to $394. So essentially, I'm just looking for council's consensus to move this over to the April agenda to adopt a resolution allowing myself to execute the necessary documents to provide that easement to Piedmont Natural Gas.
That $117.70, 100,000.
Yeah, that was the per acre valuation that was placed on the property.
Okay.
What are they gonna do with the?
It's going to be for a natural gas line. So my assumption is that the right-of-way is too congested in that area, which is why they need the 5 feet onto our property.
And that will serve as natural gas to who?
To along 210. So
Is that gonna go all the way to the island, or is that just 210 to the stoplight? 17 to 50.
I do not know. I'll be more than happy to ask the question.
Teresa's house.
Yeah. I will ask the question just as a follow-up for you all. But essentially, they're trying to run that line that they've put through Hampstead. Yes, sir.
Turn that on, Price.
What they stated they want to do immediately was just go ahead and come down to Allison Boulevard and service all the commercial buildings and possibly hit the apartment buildings at high density behind them. For future plans, they want to keep going, but the immediate, that's all they want is down to Allison Boulevard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That does not interfere with our utilities, our utility lines.
So we have capped off our utilities there, and they will need to move that stuff at their expense. But it's been cemented, essentially.
Okay, is everybody in agreement to let him deal with the gas company?
Yes.
Okay. Deal with the gas company.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item I'll let Ms. Citarelli discuss for the annexation petition.
This is a petition for annexation of a parcel that's behind Publix. It's 1.08 acres, Atlantic Ice Distributors, Inc. It's 13305 Highway 50. It's just a petition at this point to allow me to investigate further on that. Any questions?
And they own it and all that good stuff, huh?
Yes.
I'm okay with you agreeing to investigate the property.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion carried. All right.
Getting into our next item, this is dealing with the Community Development Department. Amy, do you want to give your overview?
I can do that.
Okay, all right. Ms.
Okay.
Carla?
And Steve had given it to me as well. So basically, what he's asking for is the removal of a phrase in the current ordinance. that has something inconsistent with the state. And I don't know if you have that on your paperwork, or you want me to read that?
No, I don't think you need to.
No, it's got it on there.
Okay. So he's just asking that that be removed so that it can be in concurrence with the state.
I'm in agreement with the ordinance amendment.
Got a second? All in favor, raise your hand. All right. Okay. Next thing is beach access, no, beautification and enhancement committee appointment of Trudy. She's been sitting there long enough.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
the first section was about committee discussion.
Oh, okay.
This is from Sandy Monroe. Yeah, it's from Sandy Monroe. Doug, you want me to talk about that real quick?
Number 5?
Yeah. That's it. Okay, anyway, yeah, it was just, yeah, there's a letter there, and then, yeah, 2 sheets. I'm sorry, buddy, there's 2 sheets there. There's a letter,
Yeah.
okay. All right, very quickly, I know we're in a hurry. So Sandy Monroe had sent me this letter, and I obviously did a copy for everybody here. It was on the Beautification and Enhancement Committee becoming self-standing again. Several reasons is, working with Councilman Fowler, we decided that it needed to go back in under beautification. It was just not doing well at the time. It was kind of on life support at the time. Sandy has taken the chairmanship over there, and it has really grown some legs. Really has a great team of people working with it, and they've got a lot of projects going that have been really great. And I, as the liaison to that, would like to see that happen. Another reason, too, is that the committee really doesn't mesh as well with Parks and Rec anymore, the projects that they are doing. One of the things that our manager did was he divided Parks and Rec from Streets and Grounds, and Streets and Grounds is the liaison to that committee. So it would be best served, I believe, that they are not working together. I know Johnny, as the Parks and Rec director, I did talk to Johnny, and he said that I don't know if you want to have Johnny ask Johnny's opinion about that as the chairman of that board. But I just wanted to present that to y'all and see what your thoughts were. But I'm okay with it and agreeing with it. They are just doing some great things. If you look at the list of things that they are doing and accomplishing, it is amazing. And their meetings are concise, and they really have some things going on. So anyway, so that's it.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
I was asked by council some months ago, when I was the chairman of Parks and Rec, to sit in on these committee meetings to try to figure out exactly what they were doing and aid, if I could, in any type of way to get them to this point or to a point of a little bit more organization in the committee. I can understand they have these accomplishments listed. However, I think that, right now they've got a mural project in the works, but they don't have any definite cost on it or artist yet. They had North Carolina Master Gardeners or whatever that department was come to their last meeting and meet and give them a detailed outline of what should be planted around the roundabout behind the present gas station that was there. So they've got those 2 things in. What I'd like to see is I'd like to see them complete those 2 major projects get them underway, get them done, get them, at least one of them get finished, because they are major. I understand the beach cleanup and the street sweeps are projects they've been doing, but these are two major ones that I think could really set them apart and make a definite light to be shown on them as to be off on their own.
Yeah, well, they are, Johnny. It takes a long time for that process.
I understand that.
Yeah,
I'm just
Johnny,
talking about I'm just talking about the two big projects, and these.
Yeah, they're
you know,
moving as fast as they can move with the red tape that they have to go through.
Yeah.
All the Department of Transportation, all the things they have done. I mean, since Sandy has taken this over once again.
Yeah, she has done very good. But I just mean, you know, to pick an artist, to get it, to show it to us, so we can say, okay.
Well, there's no artist anymore in this. They're going to go. They're moving to foliage, complete foliage from the last meeting with North Carolina.
No, I'm talking about the mural project.
Yeah, those are some other things that they're working on as far as
those were. I was under the assumption when I went to those meetings, and that was their two major projects they wanted. They had like 7 projects on their list, and they narrowed them down to a couple, and those two are the ones that, to me, stand out to be very important. I mean, the mural project is going to be good for the city and good for them, and if they can show that they can put that together, I'd hate to knock them back off under Parks and Rec, put it on their own, and not that I would wish this to happen, but if they didn't kind of complete it at a decent time, I think if they can complete these two projects within the next, well, the planting project can't start until the fall. That's what the two ladies that came and suggested, because to plant something here in the summer is really rough. But the mural project, I know they were working closely with the mayor on that.
I think what I'm getting at here is, for 20 years they were independent, and only thing they did was House of the Month and Business of the Month. Now, if you look at the list of the things that they're doing currently right now, and it's the first time they've had a full committee of active, responsive citizens, it just doesn't make any sense. Plus, the liaison for them is Chris Carter from the Streets Department. There's a reason why our manager separated the two, okay? And it just makes sense for that to go back to that point. Shouldn't be a qualification on whether or not when they get the mural project done. It just fits best. Maybe we can ask Johnny Alexander, I guess the chairman of that currently right now, what his input would be, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, what he would think.
I just think that, you know, to get these two, I mean, that's just my opinion. And I sat in on about 5 months of their meetings, and they've come a long way. They have. When I first went to the first meeting, they were all over the place, you know. And now they've got a good group of people. They're going to get more people they want. They could get a few more people, maybe that would be even better. But you know, being they were under Parks and Rec and being there under the council here, I just like to see these two projects done, because I think it would show that they really have come a long way, and they've almost graduated to the point where
they were already graduated. We moved them there because they were not. Remember, John, they were already self-sufficient for years. They only been there for 6 months.
Okay.
That's all. It was only a 6-month transplant.
See, it was my understanding that the reason I was asked to participate in it, to look at, is because they weren't really doing. They were doing House of the Month, Business of the Month.
I want to hear you, John.
You know, and that's, you know, I mean, that's just my opinion.
I'm Johnny Alexander, new chairman after John, for Parks and Rec. I do respect what you're saying there, and I know they're new starting with this, but I do agree that they've got some other projects, and I do want to see them move forward and successfully. But I think just my experience with them when they've come to present at the Parks and Rec meetings, I've been very impressed with just how they've become watching the advancement in their organization over the last 6 months to a year, the projects they're taking on, and more importantly, I think their leadership. I think they've been really strong in who they've got there. The thing that really I think they ought to move over to the other side, just because they're so much more aligned on the facility side than they are with us. I don't think that's going to deter them from going forward with what they've got. We just become another layer that we have to go through, and it's not directly aligned with their advisor person. So I think it makes sense, from my perspective, that they move over under their separate thing. I think their leadership is strong enough, and I think it ties in better with the with their facility side than it does coming through us at this point.
All right, thank you, John.
Let me weigh in on this. The council, as well as the Enhancement Beautification Committee, was loosely structured before and loosely leadership. They were not spinning their wheels in the mud. It was like a lot of things being discussed, but nothing getting done. They liked structure. And the council as a group, when it came up, felt like they needed to get some structure to it, get some leadership to it. They wanted to go into Parks and Rec as one of the subcommittees until that could take place. I think it has made giant leaps, but I don't think it's there where it needs to be yet. I think this is a good sign that they're looking to get there, but we need to wait and see what the fruit, if the tree's gonna bear fruit. That's what I think we should do. Because of course it's up to the council. The council wanted this under the Parks and Recs to do that. I have no problem with it staying under the Parks and Recs. I have no problem with it going back once we see that it is structured and has the leadership that's capable of taking it forward. The leadership they've got now has done big strides. I mean, it's been a big improvement. They now have agendas. They now have minutes coming in like they're supposed to come in. They're discussing projects, but yet under this group that's there, they have not accomplished anything of what they'd set out yet to do on the projects yet. I want to see something that here again organized and looked at and done before we can put them back on their own. I think they can eventually get there, but I don't think right now it's the time to do it.
Buddy, if you don't mind, I appreciate that, and obviously because I disagree with you doesn't mean that, you know, this is a committee that they did only 2 items, and they were their own committee for 20 years. The only thing they did was house of the month, business of the month, house of the month, business. 2 people showed up. Now, they've got a structured organization. They're accomplishing things. They've got a lot in the pipeline. The the chairman of the Parks and Rec is saying it's a good move for them to go back. The chairman of their committee is saying, can we please go back? The liaison is saying, can we go back? So they should go back. I'm not saying what Kyle said, but the manager separated those departments for a reason. It only makes sense. It's an extra level of red tape for no reason. And I just think they were self-sufficient for doing nothing. Now they're doing something. There shouldn't be that criteria put on them because they are organizing back to where they should have been 5 years ago, and it's fantastic. So I'm requesting that happens. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. I just wanted to follow up. My reasoning for doing it is just, from my perspective, efficiency. I love the ability, to be on these boards and be able to give my time. And I think that, and I'm sure that they do on their board as well. I'm just not. I think it just aligns better with them is where I come in. I really want to make sure that they see. I think the liaison should keep close guard on it. I'm not sure why just being under Parks and Rec is going to give them. And it may be just from a newness here as a chairman, but why the current liaison and the Parks and Recs they will work with directly can't give them better supervision and because they're going to have to go through them anyway. My question would be, if they're coming through Parks and Rec, when they're coming to present, do we need to bring their liaison as well as facilities director to our meetings as well, because they're ultimately involved with it as much, and it seems like to me it seems like it's redundant in some ways, because they're going to be responding to them and dealing with them more one-on-one. What it forces them to do is just another layer to come through us, and they've presented to us, and we've had some comments, but we've had minimal comments to them coming through, because I think they've done a good job so far through Parks and Rec. So it's just about appreciating, everybody's time and efforts and being efficient as we can is the way I'm looking at it. And certainly want to see them succeed in what they're doing and think that they're going in a good direction right now.
Well, with all due respect, I was the chairman of the Parks and Rec and went to 5 or 6 months of their meetings. I know that you're there at our meeting and you hear what they have to say, but I just, I don't want to feel that my opinion is discounted in any way, because I put the time in to listen to what they're saying and being at those meetings, and got the knowledge that they really didn't, like Buddy said, they really didn't know what was going on. I mean, they might have been operating for 10 years or 15 years prior to that, but that was an old group of people. I believe these are new people. And with the new people, they've got to learn new things. And again, I just,
Donnie, I think you're meshing the two. You're meshing the two. That's what you keep going back to, the old. You're not, where we are today is what I'm talking about right now.
I understand that, but you said that, okay, they were operating for 15 years and they didn't have any problems.
No, I didn't say that. I said, and for the last 3 or 4 years, Johnny, I have been there with 1 or 2 people showing up.
Okay, but
And
they
it was
have
self-sustaining, and I'm the one that wanted to go under Parks and Rec because I wanted the help, and it's straightened out now, and I'm asking it to go back.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking. I don't think it's a bad ask. You know? I think it's simple, cut and dry.
That would be up to the board here to decide that, and I have no desire one way or the other than the fact that I wanted to help put some structure into it, get some leadership into it. Those things has happened as far as getting some structure into the program and getting a little some leadership. We've got new people in those roles, but we yet to see what fruition can come out of that leadership. That's what I'm looking for from a board member in putting this. And Jeremy was right. He was looking for the same thing basically I was looking for. He wanted that committee to be prosperous and do great things, and they were having problems getting volunteers and stuff. So he wanted basically the same thing, and he said if you put it in the Parks and Rec and get that'd be great. We've done that. I think they're like I won't call it, that's bad terminology I was fixed to use, but they've been crawling, and I think they're closer to ready to walk, and we need to give them that opportunity to, but I don't think right now that they're in the state we can take our hands off of it. That's up to the board. Thank you.
Okay, Teresa.
So do you think we give them another quarter and come back and look at it?
I'd say a project or something, give them time to present, to have something to do. Right now, they
Get
have
one of those major projects completed. Get either the mural project completed or the planting for the turnaround, the round circle thing completed.
Well, that's not going to happen until fall. Those things won't happen until fall. The plantings won't happen until fall.
What about the mural?
Well, the mural project shouldn't take till the fall. I mean, really.
Well, you want to give them another quarter and then let them come and present?
I'm fine with, if you guys want to wait a quarter, but once again, like I said, I'm okay with that, but they were self-standing for 20 years with no structure. They have structure. They've done more in the last 90 days than they did in 20 years. And I don't think it's a hard ask to say, go back to being self-standing. We're putting qualifications on them for no reason. They're doing the best they can do, and they're going overboard. If you read this thoroughly, like I did, it's impressive, very impressive. This is not a hard ask. I mean, that's why I'm so passionate about it. It's not because I actually told Councilman Fowler, actually, I was going to step, when this moved under Parks and Rec, I can step out of the picture because there was no need for me to be there. Once again, it's more red tape, and I'm trying to make this red tape free. And we don't have to babysit this group of people. That's what my job is now, and that's what Chris Carter's job is to do, is to babysit them, to make them accountable. I think I have a group of people we can make them accountable now, finally, after many years. So I just, if you guys say a quarter, that's fine, if that's what you say. But, Dawn, I talked with you. You said have the guy, you said have Johnny come in, correct? And he gave his opinion.
I suggested to him to have you come up here and present your case, and I don't have a problem either way. The only thing I don't want to see is what I saw for 15 years, nothing being happening. Is it going to kill the committee or something to give it another quarter? I doubt it. Is it going to be the right thing to do, to put it on its own? I don't know either. So I don't have a problem either way. All I want is for it to succeed and do what it needs to do. And that's my only interest.
Yeah, I think my only thing is, I'll say last thing is, we didn't care for 20 years. We didn't. We never said, let's get rid of this committee, let's put it under. Nobody said a word. All of a sudden now, we care.
Well, its whole purpose
Yeah.
for 20 years or whatever.
Yeah, I know.
Was to do beautification of home and business. That was it. That was the only thing they
And there's some other projects on this this agenda that we'd like to get moved towards them too.
Right.
And that's why I thought it was all appropriate at that point in time to do that. And, you know, if you guys want to wait a quarter, that's fine. I am still requesting that they, you know, they just go back to where they were, and I do what I'm supposed to do, and I'm the accountable one, because I can handle it,
Okay.
so.
I tell you what, let's put it up to a vote. Go ahead and get it over with, okay? All right, all in favor of moving it to, department of its own? Or will it be a department of its own, or will it be under,
Just take it back out of Parks and Rec and let it stand alone.
Yeah, just
okay,
stand alone
let's
back under,
stand alone.
yeah.
But you
just
were
back.
talking about it working with,
Well, it does, works with facilities and grounds.
facilities and grounds.
Yeah, that's its staff liaison is facilities and grounds
Okay.
already.
All right. So I guess we'll just take it out of Parks and Rec is what we're doing, right?
Well, that's what I'm requesting, just to be back standalone, correct?
Okay. All
Will
right.
it stand, my question, is it gonna stand alone and under, streets or whatever, and then have
How will it be connected to?
How will it be connected? It needs to be connected to something.
Let me answer that question for you. The facilities and ground, Chris Carter, is the liaison from the town, to help make sure you got equipment out where they need it and whatever they may need when they plan to do a job or project. That's the connection that facilities and ground has with it. Jeremy's the liaison from the council to that, to make sure that the leadership is there, make sure the programs are going on, make sure it has structured and all that. That's what Jeremy's function is for that. And then, of course, them. Now, as he says, it was lacking, well, he says it was lacking in leadership. The council felt that. It was lacking in direction. It was lacking in putting in projects. And they wanted it to come under Parks and Recs to help get it some structure, help get it some stuff. And what Jeremy's saying now is he thinks it's got there. It has improved tremendously, but I don't think it's ready to go. But whatever the council decides, because this is how I wanted it, and it was moved originally at Jeremy's request. He had no problem with it coming under Parks and Rec, because as I said, he wanted the same thing the council wanted. He wanted to see something done for the town and see the committee actually functioning as a committee and being structured. I think that they have found the way. I think they have found the leadership they need. I think they've found some structure. They're trying to get there, but I don't think they're ready to get into the race to get to the finish line yet. That's all I'm saying. But either way, if it goes back as a regular committee that's on its own with the staff liaison being through facilities and ground. Or it can stay where it's at now with the same thing, and then we can cut it loose in the end of quarter.
Okay.
Well, everybody knows what I'm voting for, so you
Do
don't have to, you know what I'm voting for.
I know,
so
but
you don't have to ask
raise
me,
your
you know what I'm
hand
voting
anyway.
for, so, yes.
All right. All in favor of taking it out from under Parks and Rec?
To facilities and grounds, that's what it goes to. It's
Do what, and
it's
go to
under facilities and
facilities.
grounds, basically, right? That's basically what it goes to.
Okay, to go to facilities.
It's there, it's already in facilities and grounds.
Okay, all right. So now that we know what we're gonna do, we could do with it. How many want to take it out of Parks and Recs and put it on and under facilities?
I do.
I'm not against it.
You're not against it, okay?
I'm not against that, if it goes under
Well-
facilities and grounds.
We're not voting if we're against it or, yeah, in other words, how many's for it?
I'm
Everybody
for it.
raise their hand that's for it.
I'll-
Okay, got three. How many against it? Two, so 3-1, okay. So we're gonna put it under,
Facilities and grounds.
facilities and grounds, okay. Now, all right, do you want to recognize the one that you want to appoint to the new one? And I'm not sure she wants to get involved in it now.
No, at the meeting, Carla sent 3 applications over to the Sandy, and she read them to the committee.
Right.
And the committee overwhelmingly wanted to appoint Trudy, so they wanted that to be recommended to the council.
Okay.
Okay, so.
All right, all in favor of appointing Trudy? I think she's sat there long enough now. To the Parks and Rec, or to the Beautification and Appearance Committee? All in favor? Raise your hand. Opposed? Jeremy, put your hand down.
I might have hands, seriously.
Okay, Trudy, you are now appointed to the Beautification and Enhancement. All right, now, let's get on. What have we got now? Let's see, we've done shellfish already. Beach Access Adoption Program, what is that?
That's Teresa.
That's Jeremy.
Well, Teresa's gonna talk about it.
Or Teresa.
Yeah.
So this, the Beach Access Adoption Program, I think, was put into play 3 or 4 years ago by a couple residents, and we are asking that it go back as far as the beach adoption and any type of reporting on beach accesses and so forth, that go back and be a town employee responsibility.
Okay.
I have a question. Councilman Fowler, we talked about this before. Those sort of projects, they should not be with private individuals. Is that correct? It should be city maintained. Was that what you thought or not? Like,
As I recall, the young lady that came up and presented to the town, or to the board, with this program and access, they were charging business could adopt an access. And they help keep that access and report to the town what needed to be repaired or fixed. But they chose to charge a fee to adopt the access, and they would keep it up. And then they would report to the Parks and Rec what needed repairs. Now, I don't know, I assume that group, that young lady and her committee, a group has collected that money and got that money. I know they've been submitting a report, but as far as checking the access and seeing what needs to be done, the town employee can do that. They were doing that before then. This was a program she said she thought would enhance the beautification of the town and enhance its appearance if they did this and they gave the business an opportunity to adopt a crossover. And the Parks and Rec at that time didn't see any problem with that, thought it was great, and they did that. Now, that it still didn't stop them from repairing the things and making sure they got repaired and going by and checking it. It still put the group that came in and asked to go ahead and do what they said they were going to do as far as making a report, submitting that report on the accesses and telling how many or who was in charge of that access. Now, other than that, that's how the program was designed and how it was worked. We had problems at first getting off the ground with the communications, but once we got those communications and the reports coming in, things worked pretty smoothly. And the access report that came out or comes out that John, he's gone, but anyway, to the Parks and Rec that saw every month when they met, it had all 41, I believe, was something accesses listed. And if one was under repair, it had it listed as being under repair. If one was to be repaired, it had it down to be repaired. It had all that information there. But as far as going back under, if we want to take that program away, then I think the young lady or the group that sponsors her, that needs to go back from the businesses, because you're asking the town now, the board, to take over those accesses that the business has paid money to have their signs and put out there for, that the town has nothing to do with. But we will be liable for that if we take that over.
so what is your suggestion in that situation?
I think the suggestion in that situation, if this group, young lady and the group wants to give up that beach access and what they've done, then they need to disband and do that and let the business owners that's paid for those accesses know that. And it's going to cause problems. I can tell you that. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, Andrew Carter did, but you came in after her. Yes, go ahead.
Is it all right if do I need
Yes.
to come up there, or can I, do me just stand here?
Either way, you pick
Okay.
whichever's
So,
comfortable.
It was not the purpose of what we created to be in charge of the maintenance of the beach accesses. Our goal was to have the beach accesses monitored for trash and do trash pickups. That happens once a week during the season, and we asked these sponsors to go at least once a month in off-season. We said we would direct any concerns we saw to the beach access to the town, but we were not trying to take over the town's responsibility of maintenance of the beach accesses. We were trying to provide an extra set of eyes on those on a regular basis that may have freed up a town employee from having to spend all that time patrolling the beach accesses. That was the whole intent of our purpose, was trash more than it was maintenance. The maintenance was just an added benefit we could provide to the town. So we were never trying to take over that from the town. We worked with Chad. I would send him the report. I've talked to Jody. We're going to get that worked out. She would like them at the first of the month, so the first Friday of the month we'll submit the report from the previous month. That'll have any details as far as any maintenance that our people have seen that may need to be done. They put that on there, and then I track it, and then they'll tell me the next month, okay, it was done or it wasn't done, just so Jody has an idea of where her people or grounds, I guess it is now, how they're doing as far as getting that maintenance work done. But it was never our intent to take over maintenance of the accesses.
I didn't say it was your intent to take over maintenance. I said that what y'all did was you sold the access to the businesses for their purpose. And the money was to help put up signs. But whenever the program was presented to Chad and the Recreation Board, I think that's where Chad said it would be great, or you and he both got together and said it'd be great, so y'all out there, you see what it is.
Right.
Let me know what it is, and that saved me from having to send somebody out there. I never said that you had the maintenance, but y'all did put eyes on the thing and would make that report, and he would take care of the maintenance. I don't think y'all ever did any maintenance.
No,
I think
sir.
he did
No.
that.
And the money that we collected from the business owners paid for the signs. We've got them buckets, we got them shovels and pickers to provide for their people when they go do their beach sweep for their section. There is no money left. It all went to signs and that kind of thing. We were passed through for it. So that's where the money went. We have all of the beach accesses have been adopted. We're going to start requesting reports for the month of March. We didn't for January and February. It was off season. We didn't feel it was really necessary, although we do know that the trash sweeps were still going on. So we'll get our first set of reports for this month of March, and I'll present those to Jody by next Friday.
Let me make sure I'm understanding, or think I understand. Are you asking for y'all to not be responsible for the beach accesses?
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm really kind of at a loss as to why this is brought up, because
I don't know either.
We are trying to provide a service to the town and to keep our beach clean. That's all we were trying to do.
Exactly.
We were trying to get community involvement, have these business owners, give them a cheap way to advertise their businesses by putting on a beach access saying, this is mine, to where when they come into their store say, oh, I saw your beach access, it looked great. That was the whole point of it, to keep the trash off the beach and keep our beaches clean. And then Chad said, well, you can help us identify maintenance issues. We said we'd be glad to do that. But this is really just concerned citizens trying to keep trash off the beach.
So, my question is it being done?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I can answer that one. Yes, it has been done. It is being done, based on what we had heard before and what we know, because that report has been submitted and it's been given to the Parks and Rec basically on a monthly basis, like it's supposed to be.
Yes, sir.
Well, why are we
I don't know where this came from. I have no idea.
Why are we bothering with it if it's being done and you're sending the report to Jody and everything's being done? Then why are we bothering it? Because y'all are maintaining the beach accesses and they're keeping them clean and the signs are there. Then why are we messing with it?
I'm going to explain why we're messing with it.
Okay.
So, 4 years ago, I purchased a sign. We put it out on the beach access. I think in the last 4 years, I have turned in maybe 2 reports in 2 years. Not saying that other people don't. I've only been requested to turn in 2.
I've never got a bucket, never got a picker, don't really need a picker, I have my own picker. I think it was $50 that I paid, so if you're worried about if I got my name recognition, $50 for 4 years was definitely well worth it. So I don't disagree one bit there. I'm just looking at different avenues to where you got your beautification and enhancement committee that you want them to say, we want to do more. We want you to prove that, you know, we can be a standalone committee. We want a job to complete and improve our city, not to take it away from individuals, not taking away from an individual. I'm just saying, put it in the hands of a committee that already exists within our town, that we have minutes over. That's where it came from. That there was more responsibility on the town side for the beach.
So where do you want to put it?
Well, my understanding is she gives a report every month to Jody. Am I correct?
So since I've taken over this position, this upcoming one will be my first report that I received from them. I was unaware until recently that we were doing it, and I think in the past the way it was done is there were certain months you weren't reporting, so I did ask for us to report 12 months.
Right.
So that way during the off season, we would have the ability to have those staff members go out there and do those maintenance needs before a busy season. But this is where we are with me currently in this position.
Yeah.
I don't know how it went prior to me being in this position.
Yeah, I want to echo what, and this is what I learned from Mr. Fowler, is their organization, making sure there's a check and balance. Doesn't sound like, Susan, nothing against, I mean, I commend you for doing that, but it doesn't seem like that there's been, so you're saying this is the first time you received a report. You're saying you've, in 4 year or 2 year, whatever it is, you didn't get your bucket, two things, that could be a mistake, whatever it is. The point is, pulling this program and putting it where it belongs in our city, I think, is what Ms. Batts is saying. Okay, it doesn't say you have to not be involved, but just putting that where it needs to be accountable, and that there can be a check and balance with that, and making sure it's right. Because it is an important part of, I think, our city is our beach accesses.
Can I jump in on this? Okay, so if we want to put it to put it with an organized committee, then why don't we put it with beautification and let one of their people go around, or the same people that go around and photograph the houses, to pick the businesses, the houses. I'm sure they could find a time to do a monthly check, and then they would be reporting right to grounds and roads, and that way, if anything needed to be fixed, it would be direct. As Teresa said, the signs are already up, the money's already taken, the people have, if they've been up there 3 or 4 years, they've got their $50 money's worth on their sign. The businesses want to do their part to, because they showed involvement, they want to show their part in keeping the accesses clean. Well, that's on them. That doesn't necessarily mean that Surf City has to clean it, but we do maintain it. So if we can get more of a structured report from beautification, I think that's another win for beautification. Not that I was trying to stop beautification. I'm talking to you about this.
Just as a FYI, if I haven't received a report by the last week of the month, I go and hit all of those accesses myself. So they are inspected monthly, okay? So I know that's been done because I've done it.
Okay.
Okay, so if I don't get the reports, I go and inspect them. And then we try and contact, and Teresa, you're probably one of the exceptions, and say, hey, we're not getting your reports, okay? If you want to take it under beautification, I think that's great. This was never meant to be a city program. This was supposed to be concerned citizens doing their part to keep our beach clean. If you all feel it needs to go to you guys, that's fine. I will write a letter to all of our business owners, and we'll take down our signs.
Well, what do you mean take down the business signs?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they want their sign?
It'll be a town function then. It'll be a function.
No. What my point is we'd put the inspection on beautification, because inspection with beautification goes right to Chris Carter, whose direct line to repairing, And it cuts out the fact that somebody has to send a report, whether it be to Parks or Rec, or whether it be to the roads, on what's wrong with it cuts out a middleman. It cuts out you having to walk on the beach. As far as the signs go, the signs have been paid for. The signs, and if the businesses want to keep their sign up, you don't charge them another fee for that, right? No, it's a one-shot deal, $50. They've already spent the $50. Like Teresa said, she got her money's worth out of $50. She was been in it for 4 years. I don't think any of the business were. The business can continue to maintain their portion of the responsibility because they have their sign up for free advertising, because $50 is certainly free advertising. It's just that the fact that the direct report goes right to the town.
So you're saying you won't ask the business owners to send a monthly report? You're gonna put that on?
No, we won't need, because we'll have beautification inspecting them. They'll be doing the walk by. They'll be going up and down the, you know. And
There's really no need for the sign.
okay, well then there's no need for the sign. I just thought, you know.
Does it hurt to leave the sign
Well,
there?
that's what I mean. It's a paid thing already. It's, you know, you don't have to.
I'm just saying, if it becomes like discolored or
Oh.
faded, and, you know, there's nothing that has to be replaced. It
Okay.
can just be taken down.
Yeah. Well, at that point, yeah, the business decides that their sign is.
Yeah, but
If you take their signs down, they're not gonna pick up the trash. I mean,
I pick up trash.
It'll
Yeah.
fall on the city to police and maintain all of the beach access.
Well, I think the beach sweeps, maybe they don't pick it up at a weekly basis or a monthly basis, but I think between the beach sweeps and we just had Publix volunteer, a group, Nick volunteered a whole group of his people that are doing a beach sweep just for the sake of doing it. And they're going up and down the beach, you know?
Okay, do we have a recommendation on this?
My thing is, I don't wanna cut the businesses out of that advertisement. If they maintain those signs, I don't wanna cut the business out, because it's not costing the town anything for the sign.
Right.
If beautification wants to inspect the 41 accesses we got and turn in a report, then that keeps her from having to do the report, and we got documentation for it. So the only thing I see we need to do, if you're gonna put it under beautification, and beautification is, leave the signs alone as long as they're can be read legitimately, and we do the maintenance anyway, and then the beautification committee can turn the report in.
Okay,
Let me make a suggestion.
let you make a
And I'll
motion.
make a motion with it too.
Okay, go ahead.
Since this concerns, I think it'd be prudent for us to take two of our council people and put them on a committee. And one of them be the one that they're looking to put this under, which would be Councilman Shugarts. And the other one who has an interest in it is Ms. Batts. Let her work with Councilman Shugarts to come back and give us a recommendation within the next 60 days as to what we think we ought to do, or don't need to do, and how we need to do it.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to that effect.
that sound good? Teresa, you all right with that? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, so moved. All right, we finished with that. All right, island-wide waste reduction. You, yeah. Kyle.
Be happy to fill you in. This is essentially just an update, very briefly, about the Topsail Island Shoreline Protection Commission's efforts and a follow-up to the, I guess I can call it a symposium that was held down in Topsail Beach last month. Carla and I sat on a conference call last Friday to really start talking about strategies for the education behind the marketing campaign for this beach clean. And two of the primary recommendations that came out of that was that we needed a single point of information as to what the efforts of the campaign really mean with this beach clean. making sure you're picking up your trash and plastic and glass on the beach, et cetera. And then other opportunities for working with businesses, Sea Turtle Hospital, to get that insignia out there, and then having the resource that people will go to. The other item on this was this push for the encapsulated polystyrene floating docks, and that was the other big topic. Topsail Beach is moving forward in considering that ordinance to ban the non-encapsulated floating docks, and they're certainly TISPC is going to support every town to sort of follow suit. One thing that Topsail Beach is not considering is any sort of requirement that after 5 years that everybody has to.
That's only newly constructed.
Only newly constructed floating docks that would have to meet this encapsulation requirement. So that's really the major efforts that are underway with that program. Again, just really trying to push having a website where people can go to learn more about the efforts. And Mr. Benson from North Topsail Beach is going to put that together under the commission's website, the TISPC website, not just a standalone, because it's one of their efforts as an adopted priority this year. So that's kind of where we're at with everything. I'm not sure if this council is prepared to move forward in considering any sort of ordinance. If you have any questions in regards to information that I can share with you to further educate you on that issue, I'll be more than happy to do that. But I think a lot of new floating dock construction is being done with encapsulation anyway right now. So again, just if you will, just let me know if you have questions. I'll be more than happy to do the research and get that to you.
Okay. All right. You're up next for the case study.
All right.
Not going to give you any rest.
Yeah, no, it's good. I've been waiting for these last two. There's exciting stuff for me. So the PACE study recommendation, this was presented to you back in February for the consideration of the implementation of the results of the study that was completed. When I presented this to you, I was trying to give you all options to consider in implementing it to try and bring our employees up to market rate, based on evaluating neighboring jurisdictions, of like size or geography, to one, recruit, but also to retain our current employees. So what we had discussed and agreed upon for council is to move forward with an option that includes bringing employees to that market supported pay grade, but also utilizing a time in current position or TIP factor that would further support retention of our employees, especially those who have been in their position for quite some time and may not have an opportunity to advance to a different pay grade. So that option 3 was presented under a 10% cap to control the budgetary numbers. It was requested that we bring back the option 3 in full effect, and that is what has been presented to you for the recommendation and implementation is that option 3. And you'll see within the information that has been presented is a full breakdown of where the impact of that would come from the general fund as well as the enterprise fund. So again, utilities, employees, and the employees in which they share GIS and with the utility finance clerk would be split out, and you can see what that total impact is for both of those funds. Essentially, what I'm looking for is direction to proceed with this. The implementation of it will come in the form of budget adoption. But that would include reorganizing the grade scales into one singular pay plan that we discussed, implementing a longevity pay program, and we've done the factors on what that would look like, starting at a 5-year employee and moving up. Implement performance pay based on the annual evaluations. Continue to implement the cost of living adjustment to keep the pay scale at market value. And this would come into play post pay study implementation, so future fiscal years. We would look at the cost of living being included into the actual pay scale. But as a caveat to that, for year one of the updated pay scales, the COLA not be included in that pay scale, but to be provided as a one-time bonus payment for current employees. And what I would like to try to do, if council is supportive of this, is to go ahead and get this taken care of within the current fiscal year, which you can see what that impact would be. And that way we would be able to start fresh next fiscal year with the recommended pay scale. And then we wouldn't have compression, because even though the pay study looks at all the salaries, there are some salaries that are within market rate. So there's certain positions that won't see a percentage increase or a dollar amount with the pay study implementation. But those are the big fiscal things. Looking at the minimum compensation for full-time permanent and part-time permanent salaries and bringing that up to the $15 an hour, which was presented in that pay study. Increasing part-time seasonal rates to an adopted living wage rate. As we've heard earlier before, we have positions that are open for part-time that we can't fill. We're not getting applications for them. And then finally, consider changing the 401k and 457 contributions to include adjustments for the value of the dollar, as well as a percentage-based amount with the employer match. And all of those things have been factored into the recommendation and the final figures that were presented. And that, just for example, that the 401k contribution would go from $20 to $26 based on what I was able to research for that living wage. So this is a key component for us in our budgeting process. I have not been able to really sit down with department heads to go over their salary line items and their FICA contributions and insurance and all the other things that go along with salaries until we make a final decision. So really, I don't need a formal vote, but a consensus of council to move forward with this so we can implement this with the budget, and then to do a contribution that I can work with finance for this cost of living this year. Those are the requests. So
we're talking about option 3A, right?
No, just option 3, period.
3, period.
Yep, that is the full implementation of the pay study without a percentage cap increase, as some of these positions we saw that exceeded 10%. But it would be the full implementation with the time and current position factor included.
Okay. Do you have a motion on that?
I make a motion that we go forward with it.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, so moved.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
All right. Solid waste contract.
All right. Another big ticket item is solid waste. We are currently under contract with GFL. Which a little bit of history, the town entered into the initial contract with Coastal Ladies Carting Incorporated, or Pink Trash, back in 2019. That was a 3-year contract with 2 optional 3-year extensions. That was sold, the Pink Ladies was sold to, I believe, a Waste Management, and then which was then sold to GFL. Right. So since I've been here, I've been dealing with GFL. I'll say that, we had multiple meetings, dealing with service, complaints or service issues. They have made strides to improve their service, even though, in my opinion, solid waste provider is always going to run into some issues. I think that's an understood thing. So when we started looking at this, we wanted to see, was there any opportunity to provide enhanced services to our residents for their solid waste services? So when I started talking to GFL about was, we do spend quite a bit of effort and resources in monitoring trash cans being left out at the street, which we now have a proactive code enforcement program that has schedules, and they're going to go out and take a look at that and cite people. And I think that we've gotten a pretty good response out of that in compliance, as we have been proactive with it. I think that if the town took a stance of non-proactive enforcement measure, we would have issues, and we would continue to see those issues. So we sent out a survey to all of our current rollback enrollees. This is an additional service that people can pay, $4 a cart per month, to gauge their interest in one, do they have a desire to enhance their current service, to offer what's called the backdoor option, which is where the vendor would pull the cart out from the house to the street and then push it back after it's been serviced. And then to determine if they'd be willing to pay the increased cost to make that service available. The results of that survey showed that a majority of those polled were satisfied with the rollback only service and would not want to pay for the backdoor service. And I provided the results of that survey in your memo. But then there was also open-ended questions, which most of them, just kind of had questions about the program and what it would look like and where would they put my cart and things of that nature, which I can't really answer very specifically to each one of those. But we kind of had that all over the board. But within the survey, we did identify that $4 cart cost for a current rollback would go to $10 a cart. Also within the contract, because the additional resources necessary to deploy to do this rollout and roll back, there's a substantial cost increase on the vendor. So we were, with that option, we would see additional costs going to just your regular trash and recycling cart, even if you didn't have a enhanced service option that you enrolled in. So I felt confident that, with the survey results and the cost increase that was presented by the current vendor, that option right now is just not a palatable option for us to move forward with. So the other option that I asked GFL to bring forward was, let's look at our current contract and then just extend the current level of service. However, that had caveats to it because we continue to document some of the issues and concerns as we continue to grow. Sometimes in season we have trash carts out on the streets in the afternoons on the beach or on the island, which was causing conflicts with service delivery for our restaurants, for our other businesses. So what they have committed to doing is putting another truck en route during our May through September season, but also to take on the additional responsibilities of providing education to our customers. I think is extremely important. Probably not even for our current residents that are here full time, but for the vacation rentals. When they are throwing things away, they need to know what you can and cannot recycle. Right now, our carts have nothing on there. There's no education that has been presented to the customers from that standpoint. So they have committed to taking that on. as well as other community partnerships that GFL has participated in. So with that being said, and I'm sure anticipated, it will come with a 3% increase in our service costs. I think that is a fair amount, considering the operation costs of what everybody is facing right now. The only costs that fluctuate that we see is the cost of the true cost of them dumping materials. So that sometimes fluctuates depending on what the accepting location is charging. They cannot control that, so we do see fluctuations with that. So my recommendation is that we move forward with a contract extension for another 3 years at a capped 3% rate, which brings our costs up just a little bit. But we have not seen a cost increase for solid waste collection since we jumped into this contract. So I think that's a pretty fair shake there. And then the other side of it is, in communicating with GFL and trying to go through these options, they are more than willing to see this rollback program, backdoor program, however we want to put this together and put out for proposals to enter into a contract with a third party. They have absolutely no concern with that and would probably more so welcome it. So we have options and timing to continue to communicate with our residents and also potentially look at making changes even though we can still be under contract with GFL. So if it's the board's desire, I can bring this contract back to you in April, go ahead and get that taken care of, and then turn around and put out a proposal to see if there's any vendors out there that might have some entrepreneurs out in our community that see this as an opportunity, and get some proposals back and see where we can go with bringing an enhanced service to our residents. So
in other words, if we stay just like we are, it will have a 3% increase.
That's correct.
And then do the rollback separate if we want to. Right?
Yeah, and the rollback could be a rollback, or it could just stay as just rollback. And we would have that option to gather proposals from vendors and make a decision based on really what our residents would maybe want to see if they want to participate in an enhanced service, which more and more I think we see that. I've pulled reports and we have growth in participation in that program. So I think it can be a desirable potential contract for somebody out there, but we'll see.
I make a motion we move forward with the extension of the contract.
I have a question. What's the procedure? What's the procedure? Is there anything in place that if people don't do, like, in other words, on my particular street, there's, must be half a dozen, maybe 9 houses that are just weekend, or they're here for the week and then they go home. They leave on a Sunday, so they put their trash out for Monday pickup on our street, and the cans ultimately sit there. What is there any type of
How
town?
do they do that?
Well, there's nobody there to put the trash away.
Amy?
So do we have something? You have something in place for that? Because
okay, hold on. Here's the lady that's in charge of it.
because although I've been there for 9 years, I probably physically did it for the last 7.5 years, and finally I said I'm not doing it anymore.
You, sir, live on a private street.
Correct. Okay, so it's the
y'all
responsibility.
don't control
okay,
private streets?
So it's the responsibility of the people on the street.
Not been enforced. We have not been going down private streets on the rollback on the trash carts. If they roll it into the state or the town right of way, then we go and enforce it. So like Channel Bend rolls every single one of their carts out, puts it out by the bike path. If they're not in, then we do that, but we do not enforce it on private streets at this time.
Okay.
We also, just for clarification on this, we do not enforce the
I don't think
rollout
they have a
portion either,
homeowners association.
because we don't offer a solution to that. So we are currently not enforcing the rollout portion, which may be why no one is currently interested in a rollout. as a rollback, because we have only been enforcing the rollback because we can't offer a solution for the rollout for those people that are weekenders.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I make a motion, we go forward with the extension on the waste contract.
All right, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Okay, been approved.
Thank you. And I did just, I wanted to mention, again, the GFL had provided just a cover letter on here, and they did want to identify or document some of their community projects, and we're going to continue to help steer them in the right direction for community projects, because we have a lot of needs in town, and I think that they're willing to be partners on a lot of projects. So.
Yeah.
I will say, the other morning when they come early, that driver was pulling that cart forward on a lot of folks in my neighborhood that hadn't put their cart out, and they know they're supposed to put it out Tuesday, but he took it upon himself to go get the carts, empty them, and he left them right there in the driveway, which that's where he should have left them.
Yeah.
And they can roll them back when they get home in the afternoon.
Okay.
I commend him for that.
All right, let's see. Are you got anything else?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, but speaking of Miss Amy, we have started getting information out on our right-of-way clearance, and everybody is loving it. And so anyway, but we do have some information on it on the website. So if you will, go to the website, the town's website, and they have information on there about the right-of-way project. And so I think that'll help you understand some things before you leap. In other words, look at all that before you call Amy, right? Okay, all righty. All right, and then May the 9th, we have a business luncheon. So remind all the business people that May the 9th at the gym at the community center, we will have a luncheon, and come ready to ask questions, and we'll have some information to present to you at that time as well. And then this weekend, we have the Suicide Awareness Walk, Sunday at 1 o'clock. So come on out to the park and join us in the walk. I'm going to try to walk. I may only walk one way, but I'm going to try to walk whatever I can.
We'll get you that e-bike. How about the e-bike?
Right, get the
Chief, here's the e-bike. That's it, yeah.
That must be a nice e-bike. I didn't say anything about that, but anyway, yeah, if you will, come out for our walk this weekend, and they do a great job with it, and it's for a wonderful cause. Okay, is there, let's see.
Can I make a motion, we adjourn?
Oh, is that what you?
That's what I'm making, a motion to adjourn.
Okay, have we got a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, we are adjourned.